Okay. All the participants are getting my voice clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, a warm good morning to Sachin Borse sir, and we are
Yeah,
eagerly
thank
waiting
you.
for you for starting our
Yeah, thank
inaugural
you.
function,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, yeah. Sorry for the late because of technical issues.
Okay, no
Yeah.
problem, sir. We can proceed with our short, small inaugural function. And Yashwant, please go ahead with our schedule.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. We will start. Uh, Learning builds creativity. Creativity leads the thinking. Thinkings provide knowledge. Knowledge makes you great. With this quote by APJ Abdul Kalam sir, a very pleasant good morning to one and all present here. Thank you for being with us. It is indeed my privilege to welcome you all. I, Yashwant Duke, on behalf of IPS Academy, Institute of Engineering and Science, Indore, express my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Sachin L. Borse Sarji. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And I welcome you all, faculty members from various institutes and all participants from different industries to this 5 days online faculty development program on road safety and management of firefighting strategies for smart cities, powered by AICTE Training and Learning Academy. Now, before beginning of inaugural event, let's all seek the blessing of Almighty through virtual lamp lighting and Saraswati Vandana. With due permission of chair, so may we start the Saraswati's Vandana?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Yes, please start. Yeah.
yes, sir. Okay.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषार या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणाम्बरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतवर्णासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा या ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीम् वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फारिकमालिकां विदधतीम् पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीम् बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा
Yashwant, you are not audible.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, yes. Please go
Okay,
ahead.
sir. Now I request our Faculty Development Program Coordinator, Dr. Praveen Patel, sir, Professor and Head, Fire Technology and Safety Engineering Department, to address the meet and highlight the FDP schedule. Please, sir.
Thank you, Yashwant. A very warm good morning to all of you present here. Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, Dr. Sachin L. Borse sir, departmental faculty members, and all learned participants from various parts of our country. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all in this 1 week online faculty development program titled as Road Safety and Management of Firefighting Strategies in a Smart City. In today's arena, everybody amongst us have his her own planning at various stages in life. A parents of newborn child have some specific plan for their baby. Being teacher, we have our own schedule lesson plan. Being production manager in an factory, one can have many short or long term plan to achieve some specific objective. Now imagine a scenario which happened and was unplanned in anybody life. How badly, horribly it affects the plan activity of an individual. Accident in any format, in the form of road crashes or in the form of fire or explosion, either in the form of industrial or man-made disaster or natural disaster, always leave severe impact on our society and surrounding. Many of many of us experience it, isn't it?
Yes.
Experiencing a life-changing injury can lead people to change the priority in their social life. The social consequences of accident include losses of productivity of victims, the cost of legal system, the cost of pain and suffering, and very important and finally the loss of quality life of the victims and their family. Any format of accident are serious problem in front of our society and nation. And we are happy to announce that we are going to highlight road crashes and fire as two format of accident from day 1 to day 5 of this faculty development program. AICT Teaching and Learning Academy supports us and we bring best preeminent and leading personalities to conduct session on this forum. Although every participants have FDP schedule with them, let me share what we had planned for you people in next 5 days. Hope everyone will be able to see.
Yes, sir.
Our day 1 session include a well-known personality who is chief guest of today's inaugural function also, Dr. Sachin L. Borse sir. He is professor at Imperial College of Engineering and Research and he will highlight it on effective transportation management in a smart city. The fundamental of fire and its control will be taken care at my part in session 2 of today's schedule. At last, Dr. Indrajit Ghosh, Associate Professor from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, Uttarakhand, will have words on proactive method for road safety analysis under mixed traffic. Our day 2 will be started with one of the well-known personality in disaster management area and He is Deputy Director at Disaster Management Institute, Bhopal. He will took session on disaster management planning for smart cities. The second session will be conducted by Mr. Romil Agrawal. He is National Manager at KV Chemicals Private Limited, who is leading manufacturer in firefighting chemicals. Firefighting chemicals advancement is nowadays very popular among fire safety technocrats, and we are in a position to suppress fire with advanced agent very shortly. And he will highlight on fire suppression agents and their advanced application in various areas. When we are talking about the third session of day 2, it will be taken care by one of our dynamic lecturer, assistant professor in fire technology and safety engineering. He will have talks on safe egress for building, design and its practices. Day 3 sessions include one of the most important aspect in road safety, that is Road Safety and Motor Vehicle Act enforcement in India. It will be conducted by Mr. Divesh Ubale, who is Inspector Motor Vehicle at RTO office, Yavatmal, Maharashtra. The second session will be conducted by Mr. Z.S. Lakra, who is Director at Delhi College of Fire and Safety, New Delhi, and he will highlights on automatic fire detection and its relevance in its fire prohibition and its early detection and warning system. When we are talking about the third lecture session on day 3, it will be taken care by Mr. Ankit Dubey, who is head HSE at Reliance Consumer Supply Chain, Mumbai, Maharashtra. He will give you an overview of firefighting facilities available, available at warehouses and storage occupancies throughout our nation. Day 4 is much more interesting, and the title will be well taken on road safety management, the issues and challenges related to road safety crashes, and it will be taken care by Dr. Nagendra Soni, who is professor at Institute of Engineering and Technology, DIVB, Indore. Sri Hemant Khatse, who is Chief Executive Officer at East Corp Group, Mumbai, will throw a light on fire protection requirement in high-rise building. The last session is based on the yoga and meditation, and it will be well conducted by Mr. S.K. Raju Nair sir, who is Corporate Relation Manager at Chhatrapati Shivaji Institute of Technology, Chhattisgarh, India. The last day is based on the life safety and firefighting strategies in smart city, well taken care by Mr. Pankaj Tiwari, who is MEP consultant at Dharkar Associates, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. The last session will be taken care by Mr. Jigar Patel, who is Health Safety Environmental Coordinator, Sri Mahavir Metalcraft Private Limited, Jamnagar. He has a wonderful case study, and by that particular study, he will be uh, highlights impact of noise exposure on vehicle drivers, which leads into the road accident. Apart from this, we have uh, make one interactive session at the end of each day to make this particular FDP more interactive, and the participants may be in a position to interact with each other and develop the personal relationship. So at the last of each day, we are going to organize one interactive session. Probably each and every participants may have their own title and the group. Probably they identified their group and familiar with the title, and we are having this interactive session from 3:30 p.m. onwards on every working day. I hope this will be serve the objective by which you have joined this particular faculty development program with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our Professor Viren Suryavanshi sir, Assistant Professor, to introduce our chief guest to the participants. Please, sir.
Thank you, Asan sir. Good morning, all of you. I, Viren Surivanshi, Assistant Professor, Biotechnology and Safety Engineering Department, IES IPS Academy, Indore. Now, I would like to introduce today's our chief guest, Dr. Sachin L. Borse, Professor, Imperial College of Engineering and Research, Pune, Maharashtra, India. He has completed his PhD in Mechanical Thermal Fluid Engineering, IIT Mumbai in 2007. ME in Mechanical Prop and Gas Turbine, MS University, Baroda in 2001, first class with distinction. His teaching experience 15 years in different colleges like College of Engineering, Shakra University, Dawadimi, Kingdom of South Saudi Arabia, Rajashri Shahu College of Engineering, Pune, GH Raisoni College of Engineering and Management, Pune, Don Bosco Institute of Technology, Mumbai, and his industrial experience and 7 years in various leading Indian companies like Mahindra Eugene Steel Corporation, Pune, KSB Pumps, Pune, VJ Course of Private Limited, project and different project handle in various topics. Now I would like to request our chief guest, Professor Borse sir, please share your experience in few words at this moment. Sirs.
Yeah, came to Majama. Good morning to all.
Good
I was
morning, good morning,
there.
sir.
Yeah, I completed my masters from MS University, and I was also lecturer in the DD University Nadia. Okay, so
Okay.
I understand little Gujarati, but cannot speak. Okay. So first of all, I thank you for inviting me. I was associated with this road safety when I was in Saudi Arabia actually. In
Okay.
Saudi Arabia, the speed limit on the road is 120 kilometer per hour. Please understand. And people exceed this limit. It is a 120 permitted in the Saudi Arabia. Their roads are very good quality. So I was staying in Dawadimi, Shakra University, and capital that is Riyadh was 350 kilometers. So it was hardly taking 4 hours to reach by the speed of 120. Still, there are people who exceed this limit, may go by 200 or 220 kilometer per hour. Okay. So there I realized that I have to study the road safety, and then I started. When I came back to India, I delivered lecture in CIRT, that is the Central Institute of Road Transport, which is very close to my house at the Pune. So I deliver the lecture there. I also deliver the lecture on this IT in the road transport that today I will cover. So road safety is very much important, and if you see the military organization, as I was also associated, I think you are not given in introduction. I was also associated with College of Military Engineering as a visiting faculty. Still, I am associated with that. I guide some student, military officer for the project. So there they keep the limit of 40 kilometer per hour in the campus. Okay, as per the study, if you drive the car at 40 kilometer per hour, even if the accident occur, what will happen? The injury will be acceptable, and there will be little chance of death. Okay, so the military people follow the rules very well, and I have seen this. So today's topic is also related with the smart city. When the city becomes when city grows, like you take the example, like I am from Maharashtra, and for Maharashtrian people, when I was there in IIT Bombay, my accommodation was inside the campus, but with Maharashtrian don't want to go to the Mumbai. Do you know what is the reason why you don't want to go to Mumbai? Yes, Praveen Patel sir, please. What is the reason? Your voice is not coming. Voice.
Probably the rush traffic may be one of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
main
yeah.
reasons.
One of the reason for
And
Maharashtrian
dense
is that
populated,
we
dense
fear of
populated.
traveling by the local train. Okay, so we have a lot of fear about traveling by such a crowded train. But I got opportunity. I was there in Mumbai for almost 4.5 years. But I very little travel by local train. Okay, so even we are a Maharashtrian, we are not much interested to shift to the Mumbai because of this commutation problem. So same thing happens with the every city. When city grows, the major problem occurs in the transportation. Second is about pollution. Third is accommodation. Then sanitation. All this problem comes. So smart city is nothing but it is a guideline given by government of India about how to develop the city, how to plan the city. When we say smart, like why we call a mobile as a smartphone? Can anyone tell me? Yes, Suryanshi sir. Are you from Maharashtra, Suryanshi sir? Virendra Suryanshi sir?
No, sir. I am
Okay.
basically in MP. Sir.
So I read this from my daughter's book. Why the smartphone is called as smartphone? What is the reason? Because our
Actually,
topic
sir.
is it is related to the smart cities.
Yeah. Actually, sir, we will do with this phone, with this help of phone, everything like video calling and surfing, net surfing, and every data
Yeah,
we are
yeah.
available in.
So it is with the computer. Whenever anything is with the computer, it is called as a smart. Okay. The same
Yes.
idea is with the city also. We'll use the what is a computer is it can sense the data with the sensors. It can take the decision and it can implement. All three steps are available with the smart. So when our mobile is featured with the capabilities of computer, it becomes smart. Same thing is for the city. If we integrate with these features, IT and IoT things, then it becomes smart. That is the issue. But government of India tells that only enabling IT is not enough. We have to see the needs of each and every individual. हर एक का जो जरूरत है हमें देखना है. We have to see the needs of each and every people. So we have to take the feedback from the people, what they want in the city, what they want the city to look like. Okay, so for growing the city, one of the obstacle is the transportation. Okay, like when I was in Mumbai, I tried to travel by my scooty. At that time I was having the scooty, but I was not successful because that time it is very much crowded and it takes very huge time to commute from one place to another place. So I choose the option that every Mumbaikar is using, that is the local. What is the benefit of local is it is a cheaper. If you go by second class, it is cheaper and it is fast. Frequency is very high. Every 2 minutes next local will come. We feel that we hope that next local will be not be crowded, but that will not happen. Within 2 minutes the platform will get filled with the crowd. Okay, so I every time was hoping that next train it will be very less crowded and I will able to board, but that will not happen in the Mumbai. Okay, so one of the thing is that it is very fast without any obstacle. It is cheaper and it is reliable. So people use the local in Mumbai. Even Mumbai Dabawalas, they transport the tiffin box from the home to the location of the people where they are working. They rely on the railways. Why? This local train? Because it is cheaper and it is reliable. Okay, what happens in Mumbai? The distance is so huge that we have to start early in the office and we cannot carry the tiffin because then your wife need to wake up early and pack the tiffin. Okay, So what the happens, they go to the office and in afternoon the tiffin will come. So this is also some relaxation for the housewives because she need not to wake up very early for preparing the tiffin box. So this is only possible because of very good transportation of Mumbai locals. Okay. So in my lecture, I will give the explanation. I will describe one system from the Karnataka state that I will how the intelligent transportation system is employed. Now, whenever there is a growing city, what it needs is water, it needs electricity, and it creates a lot of pollution. Okay, so when I was seeing what are the different initiatives taken by the different smart cities, I came to know that Chennai city, smart city has taken very good initiative that it has put solar cells on all the government institute organizations. Okay, thereby it is generating electricity and creating the less pollution. Okay, when we generate, we know that whenever we generate the power, we generate from different sources, maybe by burning the fuel, that is called as thermal power plant, maybe from hydroelectric power plant. But there is a limitation on hydroelectric power plant because only when the water is available, it can generate the power. Otherwise, we have to generate from burning the fuel. So it creates the pollution. So Chennai Smart City has taken initiative that they have installed very huge amount of solar photovoltaic panels to convert the solar light into electricity. Okay. Similarly, there are some initiatives by smart cities like in Pune. If you see, there are situations like flood. Sometimes there are chances of flood. So they have put the sensors along the river. So it will give the what is called as a warning to the resident that they have to leave once the level of the water exceeds certain pre-decided value. So in developing the smart city, you have to create the list what you want to do. So government has given only guideline. Okay, government also has identified 100 cities and they are giving the funding of about 100 crores to each city for developing by fulfilling their needs for creating the infrastructure. Okay, that will be decent. They have told the word as a decent. Decent means acceptable level. Okay, our infrastructure should be very similar to the what the European have, but we have limitation. But at least few of them we can bring. Okay, that is the outcome of this smart city. Okay, so smart city, one of the way we can reduce the pollution is by using the bicycles. Okay, I even tried to use the bicycle, but when I was child, it was very difficult to pedal. But in Pune, what happens? The city is not at the same level, so elevation changes. So it is difficult to use the bicycle. Okay. In smart city initiative, they have started sharing the bicycles in Pune. I stay in Pimpri-Chinchwad, which is neighboring city of the Pune. Okay, we are so much merged to each other that sometimes we don't feel that we are in Pimpri-Chinchwad, but it is, we say Pune. Okay, so Pimpri-Chinchwad have also introduced the bicycles. What is the purpose of bicycle is to reduce the pollution. Suppose I want to go to the 1 or 2 kilometers, why should I use bike or car? That is the purpose of using the bicycles. But what is the lagging in the smart city initiative is they are not making any publicity. When I search the material, I hardly get any videos. But when I search videos for Chennai smart city, I got many videos. Okay, but if you see videos for Pune, you will not get. Okay, so in smart cities, we have to also create the awareness among the people. So why to use a bicycle? Purpose is when city grows, pollution grows. If you take the example of Delhi city, there is a very huge pollution, and only during the lockdown the level of pollution reduced. Otherwise, it is always alarming, and the health issues are very similar to what we get in the corona. The breathing issues, they sometimes they need to use ventilator for patient because of such a high level of pollution in the Delhi. Okay, so one of the way to get rid of this is for a short distance we need to use the bicycle. Okay, so that's why they have allowed they can like in Chennai also, Pune also, we can share the bicycle which is available. We have to become member, we have to download the app, but such things are not popularized because they are not making any publicity, and they are just the policies are just on the paper. Okay, they have to first aware the people that they have to use bicycle. They are just given the contact to some people because they have money for this smart city concept. Okay, so I remember when I was a child in our cities near the bus stand, maybe I don't know in Gujarat, but the bicycle shop will be there. He will rent the bicycle. Suppose you come to the Dhule city, which is a district place, you want to go somewhere. So what you will do? You will hire the bicycle and go to the place and come back. While going to your town or village, you will just return back the bicycle, pay the rent and go. Okay, but nowadays when I return to my bus stand in the Dhule city, I don't find this bicycle renter. Okay, because even in the small cities now everyone started using the bikes, which is creating the pollution. So in developing city, we have to take care of the quality of life, like transportation. There should not be traffic congestion. Then pollution. There should be gardens, and we should encourage people to use bicycles. We should discourage the people to use the bikes, cars. Then there should be parks for differently able people. Like Pune Smart City has developed the garden, which will be we can say disabled people friendly. Okay, like if they are not having any physical issues, they can easily wander in the garden. So that is the plan in the Pune Smart City. So there are different projects by the different cities like Chennai. They also rent the bicycle for the people. So there we have to download the app. Then there is a smart classroom for the students. So we have to, when we create the smart city, we have to create for everyone, from the schooling, from transportation, pollution, and then to improve the quality of life, there should be gardens. So these things comes in the smart city. Okay, so one thing that is lacking in the smart city is the awareness of the smart city. What is a smart city? Why we are going for the smart city? So whenever we talk about the smart city, it is about the computers, sensors, and along with that, what the government of India wants, that there should be development, proper development of the city, so that people should not fear to come to that city. Like what I was fearing to move to the Mumbai, or many of us in Maharashtrian not interested to move to the Mumbai, is the transportation. It is reliable transportation, but only thing is that it is not quality of transportation. It is so much crowded that we fear to go to the Mumbai. So, Professor Praveen Patel, do you have similar fear to move to the Mumbai, or your
I
thinking about
have
the Mumbai is
I
different?
I had visited few times at Mumbai, and I am very horrible to saw the dense population over there. And you are right, very rightly says it is the matter of transportation over there, because it is much more difficult to pass from one place to another place over there. It is much more important and time consuming, very time consuming. Hardly we have to cover around 6 to 8 kilometer in one hours itself. So our own vehicle, it is a big
Big
challenging
issue,
issue
yeah.
for us. Yeah.
So local is only the solution there. And what I have seen that the people in Mumbai are so much habituated to the travel by the local. They can maintain their dress very well, even though they are traveling in such a crowd. Okay, that I was finding very shocking how they maintain the things. Okay, so this is one of the issue is the transportation. like in Pune, we don't have a very good support of the local trains, but here people buses are very good, but majority of people in the Pune travel by the bikes. Okay, even though they bear the car, what is the problem with the car is there are more chances that you get blocked in the roads, and bike you can easily escape through the traffic jams. Okay, so, as per survey, we have the largest number of bikers in the India is in Pune. Okay, so smart city initiative is actually to improve the quality of life of the people, so that the problem should not become worse, like what is we are finding in the Mumbai. But similarly, when I visited Delhi, the metro train is very much crowded, just like a local train of Mumbai. So I was very much frightened when I first time traveled by the this metro in Delhi. It was very comfortable, but when I went after 5 years, it was very much crowded, and it was just like a local train of Mumbai. So in the big cities, there is always a crowd in India, and we have to manage and we have to accept this. Okay. So I thank Professor Praveen Patel for organizing such a wonderful topic about the road safety as well as fire safety. We are very new to the fire safety. Maybe if I get time, I will also attend few sessions
Yeah.
on the fire safety. And I wish this program very success, and I thank for the team for organizing such a wonderful workshop containing broad areas and more thrust on the road safety and the fire safety. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us. Now, it gives me a immense pleasure to deliver out of thanks to all the dignitaries present here. I would like to thank to our chief guest, Dr. Sachin Elborse, sir, who, despite his busy schedule, has time to grace this occasion. And I also express my heartfelt thanks to faculty members of various institutes and participants. Once again, I thank you all for your presence. Thank you. Now, sir, we shall start our first ever session.
Yes, we have to make up the whole schedule on its place. So
Yes.
probably we are getting delay by 1.5 hour.
Yes.
So we request to you to start the Borses sir presentation.
Yeah, I will start my presentation in 5 minutes. Okay,
Yeah. Okay,
so
sir.
okay.
Okay. No issue, sir.
Uh,
All the participants are requested to fill the attendance sheet at the end of the each session, as along with the feedback for each session also. Without your attendance and feedback, you will not able to get the certificate. So please, you are requested to fill the attendance sheet on time and feedback as well. Thank you.
So, yeah, good morning. So, I can continue my presentation. So, allow me to present my PPT.
Sir,
If I get any problem, then you can share from your side. Okay? I also share the PPT with you.
okay, sir. Okay, no problem.
So, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, good morning, friends. It is. I am very happy. I am very glad to deliver the lecture on effective transportation management in the smart city at IPS Academy Institute of Engineering and Science, Indore. My name is Dr. Sachin Borse. I am presently working as a professor at Imperial College of Engineering and Research. So I think some noise is coming.
Okay. I'm
Yes,
just
maybe.
muted
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Now you can go ahead, please.
Okay. Okay. So, what is the meaning of smart? Please understand. We have to go from the definition first. What is the smart? Smartness means it is the ability to think and understand quickly in the difficult situation. Okay, smartness means adapting to the difficult situation. So that is our aim in the smart city. We have to adopt the challenges and give the solution to that challenges. So smartness means it is the ability to think and understand quickly in the difficult situation and to respond. It is as per the Cambridge Dictionary. Now we'll see the definition of smart city. When we refer the guideline on the smart city by Government of India, they may have different understanding of smart city. But what is the general definition of smart city is it is a technological modern urban area that uses the different types of electronic methods, voice activation methods, and sensor to collect the data. Please understand, whenever you want to do any management system, what we need is first data, then analyzing the data, and then we have to respond to the data. Okay. So what is the use of this information can be done to manage the asset, resources, services efficiently. Why we want this IT in our cities or in management? Because then we can take the data, we can analyze the data, we can find we can attack the area where there is possibility of improving, and okay, it can be used for improving the system. Okay. So once we improve the efficiency. What will happen? We get the reward from that. We can improve the system. Now, why we have to go to the smart cities? Like we know that government of India has identified 100 cities for the smart. So people think that a smart city is not highest level of the we can say achievement. Smart city is not highest level. Okay, it is a level where it can adapt to the changes, it can respond to the challenges. Okay, so I will give one example here from Hiroshima and Nagasaki when America dropped the atomic bomb. Please understand, it is very much true. It's a video by BBC that when America dropped the when American Air Force aeroplanes came to the in the geography of Japan, there were so much shortage of petroleum products that even don't chase that aeroplanes. Okay, they simply dropped the atomic bomb. There was so much shortage of energy, or we can say petroleum product in Japan. They even didn't chase that aeroplanes. They simply dropped the atomic bombs and run away. Okay, so such thing can happen. So we have to plan accordingly. So as a country, we have to also think about the energy security. Such things should not happen again with any country, because lack of energy, they didn't even oppose that the aeroplanes coming by Air Force of America to drop the atomic bomb. So whenever any city grows, it creates, or we can say there happens following problems. Okay, so what is the first problem is the traffic jams. Okay, whenever city grows, there will be traffic jam. I remember when I was in Pune in 1998, there was no express highway between the Pune and Mumbai, and we were traveling by that road, and every time we will find traffic congestion. So sometime we were late to the our company. I was working in the Mahindra Steel company. We will be late by half day. Okay, so much there is a these traffic jams affect to the economy, because we lose the working hours, we lose the petrol because we continuously keep the vehicle in the engine running mode. Okay, so it is very much problematic traffic jams. It also affect your personal life. Whenever there comes traffic, it also brings the pollution. When the big cities like Mumbai, the housings are very costly, and when we move away from the Mumbai, the accommodations are cheaper, but then we have to face the transportation problem. Then when there is a growing city, there comes the problems of migrant worker. They come, they need the accommodation, they need transportation, they need the schools for their kids. Then because of this growing population, there comes also the problem of sanitation. So what when we think about the smart city, what government of India tells that not only that we have to implement IT in the city, but we have to also see how we can make the life comfortable to the resident of the city. Please understand, as I given the example of Mumbai, crowded traveling. So we have to solve this problem so that new people will come, new people will be attracted, and the businesses in the city will grow. Okay, if the city is able to attract the people, it will also attract the investors. Okay, once it attract the investor, then your economy will grow. The purpose of smart city is also ultimately to improve the life, to attract the investment, and to improve our economy. So we can use the technology to meet the demands of resident, provide greater efficiencies in the delivering the services. Okay, and to the some extent, or we can say majorly, the IT can help to improve our efficiency of the system. So in the smart cities, we can use the sensors, networks, application to collect the data on energy usage, traffic volume, their patterns, pollution level. You can see in Pune, they have installed a sensor at various location, and even they have installed the display. It tells the pollution level at particular location. And these sensors we can use to sense, then analyze and improve the system. So as per, if you refer the guideline by government of India, about smart city, what it tells that what core infrastructure element that we can add in the city. So as I mentioned that as number of people increases in the city, what happens there needs the city get we can say strain, because the demand for various things like water, then electricity, healthcare, everything increases. Okay. If you see, if you see the scenario now, the cities, cities of the world contain the 50% of population, major cities. Okay. And this will increase to the 68% in the near future. Okay. So about 50% of population stays in the big cities now, and maybe by the mid of this century, the 68% of total population of world will stay in the cities. So we have to take care of these cities. We have to plan these cities very well. Okay. I'm talking of the world level. It is 68%. It will reach by 2150. So what infrastructure we need? It is a guideline as per the government of India. Okay. So what we need is adequate water supply. There should be water supply, and it should be adequate. There should be assured electricity. Please understand, when you want to attract the industries, first thing is water and second thing is electricity. Okay, so it should be continuous, uninterrupted electricity. Then people or industry get attracted. Then there should be sanitation. There should be proper sanitation, and there should be solid waste management, and there should be efficient urban mobility and public transport. Okay, so public transport should be efficient. Like if I give the example of Mumbai, the public transport is very much efficient. Only thing is it is crowded. It is reliable also. The local train in the peak hour come every 2 minutes. Please understand the way they manage local is very good. Only thing is that it is crowded. Every 2 minutes, next local comes in the peak hours. You can see the difference. Time difference is only 2 minutes. Okay. So there should be efficient urban mobility and public transport. There should be affordable housing. What happens in Mumbai? The flats are very costly. So governments also create some affordable housing for the poor. And sixth one is there should be IT connectivity and digitization. So government offices should use the IT. There should be digitization of majority of the things. So there should be good governance, e-governance, and there should be participation by the citizen. So what he wants, what he or she wants from the city, she should able to describe or give the feedback. So where I think that the city like Pune, they are not taking much participation from the citizen, because they may be taking sample, but each and every if each and every citizen, if it is participating, then it will be better. Okay, there should be sustainable environment. There should be safety and security of citizen, particularly women, children, and elderly people. Okay, so like I gave the example of one initiative taken by Pune Smart City, that is flood alarm. Okay, for flood, it will give uh, the warning. Then there should be health and proper education. Okay, so all these things are to be taken into account while developing the smart city. Like this is the guideline given by government, but city to city we have to decide what is our priority, how will we will implement. Okay, so it is only guideline, and government of India has given little liberty to implement their own projects based on the local requirement. So, what is our aim of making smart cities? That we have to provide the core infrastructure. We have to develop the infrastructure. Okay, like if you take the example of China to grow its economy, what it did first, it developed the very good roads. Even China is having the road from China. It is going to the you can say Jammu and Kashmir part of POK, Pak occupied Kashmir, so that it can connect to the Middle East countries through the road. Okay, so this infrastructure is very much required. Okay, and then give the acceptable quality of life. So they we use the word decent. Okay, what is the meaning of decent is acceptable level of acceptable quality of life. Okay, so that will change from people to people, because in India there are poor, there are rich, there are super rich. So what we see in acceptable quality, so generally what we do is we copy from the European countries. That is also not actually good. When I see the metro train in the Pune, what they do is they just copy the how the metro looks like in the Europe. So that is not the thing. We have to create the metro train very similar to our trains. Why we were spending more money on metro? Okay, because what happens then, the investment we are not able to recover from metro projects. Majority of metro projects are in the loss. So they should give the accept a decent life to its citizens, which will be clean and sustainable environment. So what is our purpose here is to improving the quality of life and attracting the people. Why we want to improve the quality of city and its life is to attract the people. More and more people should come, more and more investors should come. Okay, the people should not go away from the city. When they go away from the city means it is having a problem, and we need to solve that problem. So setting in motion about the growth and development. So we have to create such a infrastructure that will make growth and development of the city. So city should able to expand further when it becomes smart city. Now this was all about the smart city. Now I'll move to the my topic, which is the IT in the transportation. Now, when we talk about the IT, what is the meaning of IT? Okay, IT means information technology. Long form of IT is information technology. IT means what? Use of computers. For what? To store, retrieve, transmit, manipulate the data or information. So IT means what? The use of the computers for storing, retrieving means getting back, transmit the data, manipulate the data or information. That is called as IT. So IT is basically used in business operations. So ICT is a subset of what is called as ICT, information and communication technology. IT is what? Subset of information and communication technology, that is ICT. So, it consists of the techniques for processing, and then application of statistical and mathematical methods to decision making, and simulation of higher order thinking through the computer programs. Please understand the fun or magic of computer is that it follows the set of instructions. Okay. Every instruction, whatever instruction we give to the computer, it follows. So it is very much helpful when the data is very huge. Okay. Suppose you give me the names of the students, their marks, I have to enter. Okay, suppose I want to enter the 10 student or 60 students of my class. It is very easy. But if you tell me to enter the marks of 1,000 students, 1 lakh student, it is not possible. Or to process this data, it is very difficult for me. So what I need is the help of the computer. So IT consists of techniques for processing, then applications of the statistical and mathematical methods for decision making, and a simulation of higher order thinking. So we can make the program for everything, every decision we can take through the program, and we can run the program. So it becomes very fast. Okay. So where the data is very huge, the computers are very much useful for taking the decision, analyzing the data. So what IT includes? IT includes hardware, software, and peripheral equipments. Okay. So I will just describe one smart transportation system, which was implemented in the Mysore city of Karnataka. Sir, may I request you to please play that video? I have sent you the link with the sound. I will need the sound also.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I will just share it.
So IT is used in the two ways, for managing the traffic, and second is for managing the public transport. So I am giving the example of public transport. So these urban bus services in the Mysore city, which are provided by Mysore City Transport Division, MCTD. You can see the photographs of the buses. They are local buses. So you can see
Mysore has long been known for its royal palaces and educational institutions. Today, this city, a few hours' drive from Bangalore, is fast emerging as a new hub for information technology. To ensure that the city remains livable while it grows, Mysore is actively promoting a sustainable public transport system. For this, the Road Transport Corporation, KSRTC, has used new technology to transform its city bus services into a modern, safe, and efficient system. Earlier, buses often drove rashly, were seldom on time, or skipped stops entirely. No one knew which bus was where, not even the bus company itself. Today, each city bus is constantly tracked through GPS-enabled mini-computers installed above the driver's seat. From here, the bus's speed and coordinates are instantly relayed to the central control room, where a giant screen displays whether the bus is on time, late, or early.
Earlier, no one knew where the bus is. Now today, I can run the whole show sitting here in the control room.
Now, buses are punctual, and 85% of Mysore's public buses arrive and depart within 5 minutes of their scheduled time. Skipping of bus stops has reduced to a fifth.
पहले गाड़ी नहीं रुकती थी, अब वो हाथ कहीं करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे, स्टॉप पे रुका के ही जाना है, नहीं रुकाएंगे तो वो डे टाइम में मालूम पता चल जाता है इधर गाड़ी नहीं रुका है, यही एक बेनिफिट है।
At over 160 bus stops across the city, computer-generated screens display the arrival time of the next few buses. Updates can also be had online or through mobile phones.
It says the time of the bus, so we can decide if we can walk or we can catch the bus at our convenience.
Constant monitoring has helped women passengers feel safer.
It is monitored. Someone are looking after us. We feel somewhat secure.
What's more, the roads are safer. The central control room records each time a driver accelerates or brakes sharply. Importantly, an indicator flashes whenever a bus is speeding, enabling the operator to warn the errant driver. With drivers being more careful, speed and traffic violations have reduced to a third, and the number of fatal accidents is down to almost half. When the city first mapped its bus routes and stations, it came in for some big surprises. While their records showed that they had 600 stops in all, they found they actually had 4 times that many. Then, the actual time taken for a bus to complete a trip was not the same as the schedules they had been following. Correcting these differences has benefited both passengers and bus operations. Today, it takes fewer buses and less fuel to cover the same distance as before, and overtime payments have also reduced. However, introducing the new technology was only a small part of the effort. The major challenge lay in implementation.
I can say that this technology participation is about 30% in success rating. 20% is mainly the challenging job of implementation.
One of the difficulties was that both staff and drivers resented this constant monitoring.
They thought that some new system is going to come which will replace them. 1. 2, they thought that this system will also keep a kind of surveillance on them. So we are starting, taking our people on board.
In time, the drivers realized that the records could protect them as the traffic police started using the data to resolve accident cases.
ये सिस्टम में वो फायदा है क्या है उसको वो रिपोर्ट निकाल सकता है कितना स्पीड में गाड़ी है मालूम होता है किसका फॉल्ट है उसको भी मालूम होता है पुलिस लोगों को
With a safer, reliable and more efficient bus service, Mysore has shown the way to other Indian cities.
Public transport can be, really a game changer in India. So far we talk it's meant for poor people, but we want to remove the word poor. It should be a public transport for the people of the country.
So it was a very nice presentation by the intelligent transportation system in the Mysore. So what I want to tell, I was shown in the video also, as well as I will explain. There are 2 ways we can use our IT for. First thing is for traffic management. So city like Chennai is going for adaptive traffic signal system. Adaptive traffic signal means what? They will change the timing of green signal or red signal based on the traffic flow. Okay, that is for general traffic. Okay, and second is about the transportation, public transportation. So purpose of improving the public transport is what? People should be discouraged. They should not be encouraged to use the private vehicle. They should not use the private vehicle because it leads to more congestion. Suppose the people sitting in the buses, suppose there are 40 people. If each person is using the car, what will happen? It will block the road. But if they are sitting in the bus, it occupies the less portion of the road. Okay, so we have to encourage the use of public transport, and this was the first thing they identified. If they make the transportation intelligent by use of IT, they can get the faith from the passengers, and then people will use the less private vehicle, and there will be less congestion in the city. So I will just we have just described the urban bus services in the Mysore city, which is operated by Mysore City Transport Division. So we'll just see
Sir, you
about.
can once again share your presentation because we are not unable to see it.
Okay, so I will. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we'll just see the intelligent transportation system, which was implemented in Mysore city, which is in Karnataka. So in the ITS system, what they did is the real-time monitoring and tracking of buses was done. Okay. So to manage the transportation, it is very much important that at the control room they should be able to see what is the location of that vehicle, okay, where it is going, so that they can also reduce the road congestion, okay, and other transport issues. What happens sometimes, the 3-4 buses cluster near one place, and it also affects the what is called as traffic, okay. So that can be also controlled through this ITS. So ITS solution provides dynamic passenger information system based on geographical position system, GPS. So what happens here? So we have already seen the video. Passenger come to know when the bus is expected to arrive on the bus stop based on its location. Suppose bus is just 2 stop ahead of my location, then it will tell me that it will arrive in 10 minutes. Or if it's just 1 stop beyond my stop, it will it will come in 5 minutes. So it gives me confidence. So it gives me the data for the decision. Suppose it is taking more than 1 hour, then what I can do is I can hire the rickshaw, auto rickshaw. If it is just coming, then I need not to go for other option, rickshaw or Ola. So that is called as that dynamic. It is a dynamic passenger information. So it will update every maybe 10 seconds, 5 seconds, every time it will update. Okay. So ITS applies advanced display and communication technology. Then there will be control room, central control station, and it is using the intelligent display boards. It also improves the passenger safety, because you just saw the one student was telling about the safety. So in the bus, there will be panic button. The lady or any person in the need of help can press the panic button, and then control room will know that someone is in the what is called as danger and needs the support. When we visited Lucknow city, they are also having the same thing in their system. So there will be also specialized staff which will be wandering with their small vehicles, so that if anything, if there is any need of help, they quickly move to that vehicle. Okay. So this way, IT can help to improve the passenger safety. We can improve the efficiency of system. Means what happens? Suppose there are less passengers, then no need to send more buses. Okay. Or when we need more buses, we can send extra buses, and thereby we can increase the income, can reduce the travel cost to the passengers. Okay. We can also control the what is called as traffic congestion. If there is a bus clustering, means at same places, suppose there are 5-6 buses coming together on the road, what will happen? It will definitely affect the traffic situation. So, what were the issues prior to the ITS in the Mysore city was bus predictability was very poor. People were not able to even expect whether the bus will come or not, and because of this uncertainty, they were moving to the either private vehicles or to the higher vehicle like auto rickshaw or Ola or the other options. There was uncertainty in bus timings. It was unscheduled running. They were not following scheduled timing. There was bus clustering, means what? Bus bunching means at the same time 5 6 bus will come at the same location. Okay, that is not good because if there is some gap between the buses, it is also good for passengers as well as for traffic. The bus drivers were not following the route, and they were not sometimes stopping at particular location. Then they were applying the sudden acceleration or harsh braking, so it was not good for the passenger sitting inside the bus. It's create uncomfort condition, especially for the people which are sitting behind the rear wheel. Okay, so if you apply sudden brake or anything, they are very much suffering. Okay, and so overspeeding, if they are driving at high speed, what happens for overspeeding? There are more chances if the accident occurs. There are more chances of fatal cases, death cases. So the Mysore city also wanted that the people should shift from their private vehicles. So as I explained, suppose the bus contain 40 passengers, and if the same 40 passenger come by mix of bike or car, they will definitely block the road. Okay, so when they shift to the public transport, what happens? Our congestion of the road automatically get reduced. Then provide the safety, convenience, and environment-friendly service to the commuters by increasing their satisfaction. So what was the main problem in the buses is they should be reliable, they should come in time, and there should be safety. So effective and efficient monitoring system with an appropriate operational management information system for the day-to-day operation that includes the planning, scheduling, utilization, monitoring, and tracking in the real time. So everything they were doing in the real time. So ITS helped them to have management information system for day-to-day operation, and that too in the real time. So data was not backdated. Okay, it is at the same time, real time. Okay, so that included they were able to plan, schedule, utilize, monitor, tracking. Okay, so they were able to see the vehicle in real time. Right now, what is the location of particular bus? What is the problem it is having? Whether it is applying a sudden brake, or it is overspeeding, or it is not stopping at particular stop. Everything comes to know to the monitor. We have already seen in the video. Okay, so this helped to improve the efficiency of the system by the Mysore transportation. So there was also provision in this ITS for optimization through decision support system and business intelligence system. So this helped this helped to reduce the traffic congestion, and because of this, pollution was also reduced because people started trusting the public transport because of reliability, safety, and confidence they created. Okay, when they earlier they were suspecting whether bus will come or not. If bus will come, how much time will it take? Now it is very much simple because of this ITS. So it was started in 2001. The full operation acceptance certificate was issued from 1st October. So it takes time. Okay, it takes time to implement the system. So when we want to implement any system, we have to give the requirements to the implementer, like what the requirements given by MCTD was. So services for customer at bus stops and stations, like information and ticket sales. In vehicle services for passenger, including announcement and the other option. Like in the buses, it will give what will be the next stop. Okay, like information will be available on the bus as well as at the bus stop. Then in vehicle services for drivers, including communication with control room, like we saw in the video, that control room can talk to the driver directly. Okay, but in emergency, driver can talk to the control room. Okay, he cannot easily talk to the control room, but in case of emergency, driver can also talk to the control room. So the bus is very much in control with the control room. Please understand. Okay, so they can monitor everything about the bus. They can also, like suppose driver is speeding the vehicle or suddenly applies the brake, it goes to the control room, and then control room person gives a warning to the person that it should not happen again, or you should reduce the speed, you should drive properly. Okay. So management services for operation managers, including access to the service and violation information. So we can get the record of how many times particular driver has violated the speed limit, sudden braking, sudden acceleration things. So every report will come. So the driver will carefully drive the vehicle next time. So because of this, what will happen? The accidents will reduce. Okay, as the accidents will reduce, the number of cases on public transport will reduce. Also, the record, like when the particular driver is making any accident, this record gets spoiled. So, because of this, his record is also kept clean. Okay, because he fears and he drive very carefully the vehicle. Okay. So services for case RTC management, including the reports and data analysis, like they want some data analysis and reports that were also implemented. So they're not linked ITS with the ticketing. So you can see the board here. So particular route is given 266, then estimated time. Okay, so when it will arrive, that time is also given. Okay. So what they have not done, they have not in link to ITS their ticketing. They kept separate. So ITS system at MCDT includes following application. So it needs GPS, global positioning system, this automatic vehicle location. So they have kept the sensor which will keep the track where the bus is going, that is called a GPS, global positioning system. Okay, this is for location of vehicle. Then next comes GSM system for data and voice communication. So which data they want to give? They want to give the speed, then speed and maybe the acceleration. Okay, then also it is possible to communicate. Voice communication is possible. Then central control station, we need some central control station to where the all the data will be displayed. There will be control which can give the information to the vehicles. Also, if there is any emergency, they will arrange or call the emergency people to visit particular location. Then central control station applications, real-time passenger information in vehicles at bus stops and bus stations. Like passenger will get information, which information, what is the expected time of the particular bus. Okay, that is available at bus stop as well as bus stations. Real-time passenger information and IVRS and SMS. Okay, IVRS is the voice system where if we call, then it will give the informations as well as SMS. Then digital signage system, MIS report. This system will create this system, reports. Okay, all these are technical information for operating this ITS for the transportation management. So how big a system was? They were running 500 buses. They were having 105 bus shelters, 6 bus terminals, and 45 platforms. So for such a system, they implemented this intelligent transportation system. So when anything is built, we have to go through some phases. First is we have to create first sample system, okay, and then test the performance. If it is okay, then we can move and implement for whole system. So it was a building, then pilot. We have to pilot case we have to study, and once it is successful, we have to roll out and implement to the whole system. Okay, in implementation. What they have to do is site survey, then system study and review, procurement of hardware, installation and commissioning of hardware and application, customization of application. So what happens, for each customer a few things may be different, so we have to customize the application. So this is the build phase. Then next comes pilot, then installation of vehicle mounted units. So we have just seen vehicle mounted units. The driver got the instruction to go slow. That is called as vehicle mounted units, and displays for passengers. Integration testing of application, run pilot for one bus route, performance tuning, then generate MIS report and basic training in the case of pilot. Okay, so please understand, every time you cannot implement directly project for the whole system, but we have to start with some pilot, some one route we have to do, and check what the problems we are getting and what can be the solution. Then we correct that problem and then check the system again. So once it is successful, then we can go for rollout. Then in rollout, we have to configure ITS application, then data management, deliver and installation of remaining vehicle mounted unit and displays, commissioning and testing, backup and restore, system fine tuning, training, user acceptance test. So what happens once we are done for piloting? In each case, what we have to do is we have to train the user. User is here what? Bus driver, then conductor, then the staff working at the ticketing, staff working at the control room. Okay. Okay. So once system is implementing, again, last phase is what? The user should accept this. User should accept the performance. Okay. So this is the way it was implemented in 3 pages. So what was the problem faced during the implementation? Now what happens in case of bus, city buses, there may be many stops. So what the bus stops, the bus depot manager was knowing were different than what they were stopping at different locations. So there was some conflict between the depot manager and the bus driver, because bus driver was stopping at some stop which were not legal. Okay. So what they did, they first finalized the stops, and then they made the accurate list of bus stops. Okay, And again, in the bus stop, there was also confusion or ambiguity about the exact location of stops. So they finalized the stops, okay, locations. So also there was a practice by many drivers to stop the bus away from the official bus stop. Okay, so that was also problem. Also there was a problem in the route lanes. There was error, or we can say in the route, 10% error was there between the schedule and actual kilometers operated. So all this problem there were while implementing the software and system. As you saw that once, please understand the if you get particular tool, you should also able to use the tool. So tool is only useful once you know how to correctly use that particular tool. Okay. Like suppose I gave you the stethoscope to any person other than doctor, that is physician, will you able to use that? Will you able to tell what is happening to particular person or patient? No. It needs proper training and experience. So training is very much important for implementing the system efficiently. So what was happening here now after implementing the ITS, the bus was linked to some route, and suppose if the driver start from different location, it will create give the error. Okay, so that we have to also take care. If we implement the IT system, we have to follow certain precautions. So there was one thing also, that was a lack of discipline in timely updating the schedule. So there was the issues about updating the schedule of particular vehicle or particular bus depot. So all this issue comes while implementing. That we don't know. We only see what is happening at the ground. Okay, so if the bus is late or something is happening, then and then we come to know. This is the internal things. Now, what happens when we display the boards, that is a passenger information board, then there are chances of the theft of this board. So while fitting this board, we have to take care that no one will take away these boards. Okay. Okay, so and also the if there is any power failure, then there should be some supply, like there should be UPS for these displays. So whenever they install this vehicle mounted unit, we know that this is a communicator between the bus and the central control unit. So they found mostly problem during the installation and power supply, and they demanded that there should be some quickly we can say quickly I should be replace the VMU. It should not take time. Okay. Now you can see the ITS system on bus. From bus it goes to the radio network. From radio network it goes to the central control station. In control station the data will be stored, and from the central room there will be streaming will be done of our advertisement in the bus. Also from the control room it is linked to through SMS or IVRS to the mobiles. Okay, and at the customer we can say there will be digital display for estimated time and estimated departure for buses on each bus stop. And we can also see, I think, just a minute. So the bus is directly connected to the control room, and these schedules are also connected to the control room to the internet and internet through the mobile. So on bus display and announcement. So announcement were done through visual displays and audio system regarding the next bus stop, arrival and other related information. Like there will be announcement or display that what will be the next bus stop for the bus. On bus stop display and announcement on bus stop, we can see what is the estimated time of arrival ETA. You can see in the picture that route number 91D, the bus is ordinary and estimated time of ETA means what? Estimated time of arrival is 3 p.m. and 5 minutes. Okay. So this gives the confidence in the mind of the users of the bus that bus will come and he or she need not to worry and hire the rickshaw or Ola or taxi. Now you can see the picture of control room. So central control room is at central bus station with the direct view of central bus station operating area. So we have to keep this central control room in a such way that the by visually also the buses are visible, which bus is coming, which bus is going, and as well as this display is available. So we can see in the display the position of different buses is shown. Okay. So it is shown in the multiple screen. Okay. So this total full screen is made by the 4 screen. Okay. It is a map-based view of individual lines showing actual and scheduled location of all the vehicles on the route. Color coding for on-time status. Okay, so if it is on-time, different color. If it is delay, then different color. If it is coming before time, then different color. So there is also alert or out of range like overspeeding, braking, then route not following. These alerts will come and controller has to warn that particular driver. So display of expected arrival time of buses to the stops or bus station. Zoom in out facility for individual vehicle or all vehicles on the route. Like particular here zoom in is done for particular bus number is KA 09F 4981. Then this is the mobile number of that driver. What is this location? 4.7 kilometer from Endali. Then what is the speed? You can see the status. What is status? 45 minutes late. Depot which logo depot it belongs to, route number, trip number, driver name, schedule name, last bus stop, what was last stop. Okay. So these all informations are available to the control room, and suppose I want to talk to this Abdul Malik, I can dial this mobile number to and I can dial by mobile as well as I can talk through the system, or I can send the message on the vehicle mounted unit. So we can see the photograph of vehicle mounted unit. You can see there the route, trip started, what is the maybe the driver's name, Srinivasa, and he's getting the message from control room that your speed is high and you need to reduce the speed, go slow. Okay. So there is facility to send the predefined or free-form messages, facility to playback stored details of bus movement. So what live data we are seeing, it is also stored, and we can see what happened 1 hour ago. That stored data is also available. Okay, so if you see the VME unit, there are different buttons. Okay, so you can also talk. There is green, the blue button for talking. Okay, so there are different buttons. So in the vehicle mounted unit, it contains GPS, GSM. GPS is for what? Global position system. That is what is its location. And GSM is what? It is a mobile system for communication. So it will generate data based on GPS, provide data and voice communication facility using GSM GPRS. Okay. So like what we use the same in mobile, so same similar system is there for transferring the data and voice, generate alert message for excessive speeding, harsh braking, acceleration, and other signs to improve the driving. Okay. So which are user confidence. So it also gives a warning that suppose your speed is exceeding, or if your driving is harsh, so it is also giving the warning. Okay, and it is also receiving the warning from the control room. So as I mentioned, there is a two-way communication between the vehicle and control room. So it is very good for safety as well as some breakdown. Okay, but every time the driver cannot talk, only in case of emergency. If he dials and it is received by the control room, then he can call. Okay, so it is also equipped with the microphone and speaker to support the voice communication. Central control station communicates with the display panel primarily to provide the real-time information updates. So, as I mentioned, the control room will not interrupt a driver by calling, but as far as possible, they will send the messages. So, voice communication is restricted and it is controlled by central control station. So, every time the driver cannot call, only in case of emergency he can call. Okay. So, we can say that the vehicle is totally monitored, controlled by the control room, and in case of emergency, quickly their message will be sent to the control room, and suppose there is any breakdown, they will immediately get the support from the maintenance staff. So this earlier Earlier, it was the project was handled by CMC Limited. Then it was converted to the TCS. The project cost was 18.25 crore for 3 years. This ITS system. So, what were the benefits achieved? Schedules and productivity. They could save the buses as they save the buses means what also the extra duties of that bus driver saved. They observe 3% saving, then it generated the MIS reports. Departure reliability has improved considerably, and the number of departure within 5 minutes of scheduled time was just 27%, and by 2015 it rise to 46%. So reliability was improved and it was proved. Action at depot management level. Depot managers now use depot managers now use the MIS report as a primary management tool. So please understand this lecture is made so that it is useful for actually the transport management people like ST, state transport. So if you have any question, you can ask. Already I describe all the benefits. So if there is any problem in the driver, also we get the reports and we can train him, we can counsel him. And because of training the driver, they found that there was reduction in the fuel consumption. So it also created operational discipline. They were following the route stops and they were avoiding bus bunching. So you can see here bus bunching was very much reduced. So just some details you may not be interested. Similarly, intelligence system in the Zurich was implemented. So if you have any question, you can ask the questions. Some details. There are some minute details that are more useful for transportation people, may not be useful for the people who are attending this workshop. So if you have any question, you can ask. I will stop here my session. So ultimate, what benefit the people got? They shifted from self or private vehicle to public transportation. Then there was saving of petrols. Then there was reduction of what is called as traffic jams.
Thank you, sir, for a very informative session, which is very useful for sake of purpose of accident prevention. Probably you very nicely defined about the smart city, its requirement. You also narrate the deficiency in marketing of smart cities requirement, why we go for the smart cities. And probably you touch all the smart intelligent transport system which may be useful in a particular smart city. Now from this forum, I would like to open this particular session for any query to all of the participants. Please unmute yourself and you may please raise any query to our expert, Dr. Sachin L. Borse, sir. Please. Okay, I have, sir, one query. Suppose
Yes.
we are talking about the vehicle mounted units, how this vehicle mounted units will work for the central control stations when people may get certain types of emergencies at remote areas. Can you please throw some light on that particular mechanism, how central control station get communication from the driver side?
Yeah, so in the vehicle mounted unit, they have some panic button which is available on the passenger side, okay, not at the driver side. So once that passenger press that button, the signal will go to the control room as well as nearby police station. So, okay, so they will have the team which will reach to that particular location. So they will put this rescue team at particular location, maybe 5, 6 location in the city. The nearest will go there to help that particular person, and also it will go to the police station for help.
Any queries from participant sides? We are eager to listen it. Otherwise, we have to end up this session, having a short break, and then we will start the next session for the day. So, Yashwant, you may proceed for the.
Yes, sir. So thank you very much for sharing your vast experience for explaining the effective management of transportation in smart cities. So thank you very much, sir. It is a good time
Thank you.
to having
Thank you
you.
for inviting me. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, sir. And now
Thank you.
I'm going to share the feedback link for today's session. So all the participants are requested to fill the feedback as well as the attendance. Okay, and we will again gather after a short break.
Short break will be end up by 12 o'clock. You all are requested after 15 minutes. You may please join to have one session from my side on fire fighting and its control. Please. And Sachin Borse, sir, thank you. Thank you so much once again.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Praveen Patel, sir. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Yashwant Bouquet, sir. Suryavanshi,
Thank you, sir.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yes,
Am I audible?
Yes.
yes, Vaswant, you are
Yes, sir.
audible.
Yes. So, shall we start the second session?
Yes, it is 12:05. Now we have to start. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Now, today's second session will be taken care by Dr. Praveen Patel, sir, Professor and Head, IPS Academy, Institute of Engineering and Science, Indore, Madhya Pradesh. He has completed his PhD in Mechanical Engineering, titled System Safety Assessment and Hazard Evaluation in Oil Refining, from Suraj Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur, Rajasthan, in 2017. And he has done his Master of Engineering in Industrial Engineering and Management from Institute of Engineering and Technology, DAV University, Indore, in 2009. He has a vast teaching experience of 17 years at Institute of Engineering and Science, IPS Academy, Indore. He has published various research papers in various esteemed journals, uh, like system safety assessment by developing hazard rate function based on fire incidents in an oil refinery using well bull analysis and its estimators. So, we will start the second session. Sir, with your due permission, now the mic is handed over to you, sir.
Thank you, Yashwant. You may please unshare this screen.
Okay, sir.
So,
Yes,
welcome back to the second session of this today's FDP program. It is very difficult to give you a wake up call to each individual participants during the lecture because it is 1.5 hour lecture. So I hope everybody who is listening me, probably I will be in a position to go to your expected level which you are expecting from my side. So here is my short presentation which is related to my topic, that is the fundamental of fire and its control. So probably this slide, this is visible to all of you, I hope.
yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay. So when we are talking about fundamental of fire and its control, there are certain learning objectives for this session. We have categorized the learning objective into 5 major part, which may be: first, we would like to define fire and understand its component. The second objective of this session is to familiar each individual participants with the fire initiation mechanism with its different format. The third objective for this session is to estimate the heat energy at the surface of fire during fire spread process. The fourth outline for this session is to apply fire characteristics of combustibles in calculation of mass loss rate, heat release rate, and fire load. And at last, we have to know role of fire extinguishment theory with preventive and protective measures in fire control. So this is the learning objective concerning with this session, and I hope each individual participant who is going to listen this particular session able to much more conversant at the existing level of knowledge on these 4-5 points. So let us start with a simple concept, that is science of fire. When one can talk about science of fire, many of the people have a perception that fire probably a exothermic heat reaction. So people many times define it in terms of exothermic heat reaction. But exothermic heat reaction is the chemical reaction between two or more material that changes the material, which leads to produces heat, flame, and toxic smoke. So then people sometimes confuse with this fire with combustion also. And probably when someone talking about combustion, then combustion may be appropriately defined as an exothermic chemical reaction, that is self-sustaining process with rapid oxidation of a fuel that produces heat and light. So how one can define fire? One has to define fire in an appropriate manner, in a scientific way, which may reflect the scientific definition of fire. So if we combine together with this both of the things like exothermic heat reaction and combustion together, then we may be in a position to define fire in an appropriate manner. So what we can say? Fire is the form of uncontrolled combustion. We saw combustion many times which are useful for the human life, like when we are talking about combustion of fuel in a particular two-wheeler or four-wheeler, we are in a position to move ourselves from one point to another point. We may saw another example of combustion which may be useful for the human life. But when one can talk about fire, fire is the form of uncontrolled combustion where there is no control of man on it. And it can be defined as a rapid and self-sustaining exothermic chemical reaction that changes matter with the production of heat, flame, and toxic smoke. So it's a very simple definition. Whenever anyone can talk you about the definition of fire or how one can define the fire, everyone will be in a position to define fire in such a way that it is an format of uncontrolled combustion. So what is required? I hope four things you may be seen in that particular image. The first one is the fuel, the second one is the heat, and the third one is the oxygen. In mid between is the fourth thing, which is dedicated to chemical reaction. So when we are talking about a fuel, fuel have many formats in the form of solid, it may be in the form of liquid, it may be in the form of gas. When I am talking about heat and oxygen, so heat is a auto ignition temperature of any fuel. Auto ignition temperature may be that temperature where any material go for this self-sustaining process of combustion. This is the temperature at which it goes at the self-sustaining process. So Heat is the one component. Another one is oxygen. Oxygen, anywhere we are in a position to breathe, we are there is availability of 21% of oxygen over there. Chemical reaction means fuels which are normally used in day-to-day life are unstable at a normal temperature and pressure. Probably they may vaporize, and their vapor concentration make a appropriate atmosphere. In that particular atmosphere, they will support the process of combustion due to their low flash point and fire point, and probably the fire took place or the combustion exists at that particular places. So when people ask about that what shall be the component of a particular fire, then we give the theory of fire triangle, we give the theory of fire tetrahedron. Fire triangle theory having three component in the format of fuel, heat and oxygen. And if we are talking about fire tetrahedron, then fourth element also comes into the existence, which we call is chemical reaction. So probably this is the component of fire, four component of fire which are used for the born of any type of fire at its existence. Fuel may be categorized, and based on fuel or the combustible material, classes of fire can also be demonstrated, defined in various legislative bodies. There may be alphabetical conversations like A, B, C, D. A class belonging to those particular combustible material who have the low calorific value and probably goes for the ordinary combustible materials and having low heat release rate when they would go for their complete combustion. When someone talk about class B fire, then it will belongs to liquid fire and gaseous fire belonging to flammable in nature. C classes are defined in the electrical appliances or electrical energized instrumentations fire, and D class is categorized as the metallic fire or highly reactive metals which are unstable at normal temperature and pressure. So probably there are four classifications of fire starting from class A to class D based on the type of combustible material which involves ignite at the surface of fire. Now, when someone talks about the fire initiation process, then we must have three formats of fire initiation. The first one is the non-flaming, the second one is the well-ventilated flaming, and the third one is the under-ventilated flaming. If you critically examine cigarette burns or sawdust burn or coal ignition, then you found that there are some type of fire, we may refer it glowing combustion. Glowing combustion is self-sustaining smoldering combustion, which are having non-visible smokes and having sufficient heat to ignite for the self-sustaining process of oxidation of that particular fuel. And one more terminology which is much more important in non-flaming combustion is pyrolysis. Pyrolysis, when a solid fuel is on fire and a portion of heat of a gaseous flame transferred to solid fuel causing it to vaporize with decomposition of its molecule, is going for or is refers to pyrolysis process. The second format, which is well ventilated flaming, means the surface of fire is having no confined space. It is unconfined fire. Basically, it have free burning with sufficient oxygen. The few examples may be the forest fire is the suitable example. I can say that when fire is started within a particular forest, then it has sufficient oxygen, free burning style, no limit fuel available in the format of plants, woods, etc., and it will be going for the complete combustion. The third format, which we call it is underventilated flaming. Underventilated flaming is the localized fire which you, me, and everybody saw in newspaper in a particular confined enclosure, and this particular belonging to a fire in a particular factory, a fire in a particular high-rise building, a fire in a particular hospital, fire in a particular place which is confined one. So under ventilated flaming means there may be deficient oxygen and small localized fire in a poor ventilated compartment. We can say post flash over fires also be the part of this situation. So we all are surrounded by combustible fuels that are in contact with oxygen and air. Means if we are talking about the four component of fire, then there is availability of all components except heat, and heat is the format of energy which is self-sustaining, and when an auto ignition temperature of any fuel which is concerning with the surface of fire reached, it will support self-sustaining process of combustion, and we can say fire took place at a particular place. So how fire is initiated, I am telling about those particular things. Let me tell you with a particular suitable example. Please critically examine this particular picture. At 1 o'clock, at 1:30, at 2:50, at 3 o'clock, and then at last. When you saw at 1 a.m. maybe, p.m. maybe, fire begins as a result of cigarette stuck between seat arm and back cushion of sofa, and you may refer this particular combustion as a non-flaming because people may not have any sense and not see the visible smoke at that particular time. At 1:30, transition from smoldering to flaming took place. Transitions means from smoldering to flaming stage. Visible flame may be seen at 1:30 after half an hour for that particular incident. And when we are talking about the third picture, which is taken at 2:50, a black smoke layer is spread into the entire room and situation lead to flame over. Means the smoke which is generated at the source of fire is reached to the ceiling height of that particular compartment, and if a slight temperature is raised, then flame over stage will be come. Flame over means if a slight change or increase in temperature observed at this particular moment of time, the flame is very rapidly involved into that particular compartment. At point number 4, if you saw, then transmission from flame over to flash over by 3.01 after 3 minutes of flash over exists in room with free burning of every combustible material in the room. The transition flash from flame over to flash over, it is very important to understand from fire safety point of view. When we are talking about flame over means a stage from where if we increase delta X degree centigrade temperature to the existing one, we will lead to a particular situation in which visible heighted flames can be observed at the surface of fire. But flash over, what is flash over? Flash over, it means it often sudden transition from local burning to almost simultaneous ignition of all exposed combustible material available into that particular enclosure or confined area. It is very important to understand the transition from flame over to flash over, because The transition phase from flame over to flashover means the available all combustible material reach their auto ignition temperature and support self-sustaining process of combustion, and fire will drastically exponentially growth within that short confined area or enclosure. So we must be in a position to understand why fire initiation is important, and the mechanism is important because every fire which is at its early stage means at 1 o'clock or at by 1:30, firefighters can easily stop the fire, but when flame over or the phase changing position from flame over to flash over exits, it is very difficult for a firefighter or fire safety technocrat to wake up, to warm up that particular situation from firefighting point of view. So here is the fire initiation process in the format of non-flaming to the flaming stage, and flaming stage is reaches to the flash over stage in certain type of sample. What matters when a particular fuel burn? Whether surface to mass ratio matters? Yes, it matters. Energy required for ignition is lower when surface to mass ratio is higher, and it is energy required for ignition is higher if the surface to mass ratio is at its lower size. In figure 2, if you saw or examine critically, position of the particular fuel or the surrounding fuel or adjacent fuel very much matters. In A part, which is shown for horizontally, you may seen from point of ignition, slow fire spread is there. Slow fire spread is there because the whole wooden sheet is available with the horizontal position, and only conductive mode of heat transfer is observed, exist, and slow fire speed burn is there. But when you saw this vertical plate or vertical wood surface, you may observe that two forces, conductive as well as convective heat transfer modes are in this particular position, and fast fire spread is exist in this particular position. So what matters basically? Position is also matters, surface to mass ratio is also matters while spreading of a particular fire. Now, you saw this picture. There is one steel rod exists. At one end it is ignited, and the cloth available on the other hand get elevated temperature. Most of you amongst participants will be in a position to narrate this transfer of it in the format of conduction. It is very true. It is very true. This is the transfer of mode, heat transfer mode in the format of conduction. We must be define it in an appropriate manner, that is physical flow or transfer of heat energy from one body to another through. There are 3 points. Direct contact. The second one is the intervening medium from the point where the heat is produced or for fire surface to another location. Third one is the from a region of higher temperature to the region of lower temperature, and usually we say it is in x direction. So how one can estimate the conduction mode of heat transfer? Here is the answer for it. The rate of conductive heat flow is proportional to the temperature gradient, and relationship can be expressed by Fourier equation for steady state heat conduction, and it will be given by Qx K multiplied by A multiplied by delta T by delta X, where Qx is the heat flow in joule per second or watt, A is the area across which heat is flowing in meter square, delta T is the difference in temperature in Kelvin between 2 points at a distance delta X, meter apart, and K is the constant characteristics of material called thermal conductivity, which have the units watt per meter per Kelvin. Right? Now, if we critical examine this mode, it is already mentioned in figure itself, it is convection. How convection can be defined, or convection mode can be defined as transfer of heat energy from fire surface or source of fire by the movement of heated fluids or gases, usually in upward direction. The rate of heat transfer between fluids and surface depends on the thickness, boundary layers, and the thermal conductivity of the fuel in the boundary layer. And the estimation for the convective heat flow can be expressed by Q dash H multiplied by A multiplied by delta T, where H is the heat transfer coefficient of a material in watt per meter square per Kelvin, and Q dash is the convective heat flow in joule per second or watt. Again, A is the area across which heat is flowing in meter square, and since H is always proportional to K, that is the thermal conductivity of fluid, it is convenient to incorporate H in dimensional less group we called Nusselt number, and Nusselt number of is the ratio of heat transfer coefficient to thermal conductivity of fluid, where L is the characteristic length and purely depends upon the situation to situation of convective heat in a particular enclosure or confined areas. When we go for the third mode, it is but obvious radiation. And how radiation is defined? Radiation, transfer of heat energy from one body to another towards lower temperature without an intervening space by electromagnetic waves such as infrared thermal waves, radio waves, or X-rays. And the estimation for radiation is given by in that way. Why the basic mode of fire spread is thermal radiation? There are 3 points for which you have to understand why this fire spread is totally depends on the thermal radiation generated from the source of fire. The first one, that is a radiative heat flux of say 35 kilowatt per meter square if impinging on 18 thick plywood sheet for 50 seconds will cause ignition. Means that particular 18 thick plywood get its auto ignition temperature and sustain self-sustaining process of combustion. Radiative, the second point, which is much more important, the radiative heat flux from source of fire and the hot upper layer in the enclosed compartment determines time of flashover at fire scene. As I had earlier, as I had earlier told you about the flashover situation, the radiative heat flux from the source of fire play a very important role to increase delta X degree centigrade temperature at the stage of flame over to reach the the situation of flashover in any particular compartment or enclosure. So radiative heat flux play a very important role. Now how this the rate of thermal radiation can be expressed by Stephen Boltzmann law, and it is given by 5.67 multiplied by 10 raised to power minus 8 a, then epsilon, then t raised to power 4, where epsilon is the dimensionless factor between 0 to 1 as surface emissivity. Number of solids have emissivity near zero point 0.9 or the visible infrared range like oak, marble, plaster, gypsum, red brick suits. Why I took this? marble, plaster, gypsum, red brick, because when you are talking about a free burning fire, the third stage, which is under ventilated fire, where a compartment fire exists, the materials which is exposed to fire is but obvious work, marble, plaster, gypsum, red brick, soot, etc. So we must understand the epsilon value for this particular solids. So here I took the few example which is essential part for this radiative flux, radiative heat flux. Now, if you critical examine, one second, it is very important slide. Why? Because if a particular fire occurs at a safest distance from where we are standing, then we must have the curiosity that after what particular duration of time we have to move from this particular standing point, and how radiative heat flux can reach to an particular distance object which is generated from the source of fire. Now, fire plume to a distance object is much more important, and transfer of heat energy estimated at the fire plume onto the target, we can say it is QR, is depends upon atmospheric transmittivity, and it is denoted by tau, and expression is given below. QR is equal to QT into tau, and tau is equal to 0.79 100 by R 1 of whole raised to power 1 by 16 into 13.1 by X, and whole raised to power is 1 by 16. Now what is the these type of terminology? When we are talking about QT, it is total energy generated in the all format, that is conduction, convection and radiation, as we described in previous slide. And we can say Qx, Q dash and Q at the surface of fire in kilowatt per meter square. We are very easily able to calculate based on the available combustible material on the scene of fire, and we will be in a position to get this value of Qt. R is the relative humidity of atmosphere in percentage, and X is the distance from fire plume to exposed target. It is very important. So why it is important? Because when firefighters go for the larger size of fight, a larger size of fire to fight, like a petroleum hydrocarbon product tank having a diameter of say 20-meter and height of say 15-meter, containing a huge quantity of flammable liquids, and suppose it catched fire, then radiative heat flux generated from that particular point of tank must be calculated, and based on that particular safest distance, firefighting has to be taken care by the firefighters, and they will be able to extinguish that particular fire. So this equation is much more important from firefighters point of view, to knowledge point of view also, that how radiative heat flux can be transferred from a fire plume which is located from a distance. And what matters is the fire characteristics. Fire characteristics means every matters which exist and having mass in the form of solid, liquid or gas possess fire characteristics. Fire characteristics may be autoignition temperature, flash point, fire point, flammable limits, explosive limits, maximum flame temperature, radiative heat energy, etc. So suppose there are number of materials in the format of flammable liquids or flammable gases available, they have their own standard value for this type of fire characteristics. I have few example of fuels like methane, ethane, ethylene, propane, isobutane, normal butane, propylene. These all are hydrocarbons in the form of liquid, and if you saw their temperature when radiative heat flux or they go for the fire, then you may found that 1289159017221561. In that way there is availability of flame temperature over there. And when we are talking about heat, radiative heat energy at the fire plume in kilowatt per meter square, then it will be observed like 157, 362, 490, 498, 336. Why I am narrating this radiative heat energy in front of you? Because by this particular fire characteristics, a firefighter is in a position to know how dangerous or how much potential that particular material have to produce harm, and how fast fire can be spread from the source of fire to the adjacent or nearby areas when we are talking about the radiative heat energy from fire plume of these type of fuels. So question may be raised among the people that whether every fuel have its own heat energy plume radiative heat energy. Yes, every fuel based on the suitable experimental data and the experimental setups, scientists concluded and generated the data in the format of radiative heat flux, flammable limits, auto ignition temperature, and maximum flame temperature, etc. Now, factors which influencing development of fire. Of course, as we discussed earlier, mass and surface area is very much required. The greater the surface area for a given mass of a fuel, the easier it is for that fuel to be heated to its auto ignition temperature. The second point is about chemical content. Yes, chemical content is also very much important. Chemical makeup of fuel has a significant impact on heat release during combustion. Many hydrocarbons based synthetic material have a heat of combustion that is more than twice that of cellulose materials such as wood. Means hydrocarbons have the higher value of calorific values, and the wooden have the lower calorific values or the belonging to ordinary combustible materials. Fuel load. Of course, the total amount of fuel available for combustion influence total potential heat release. Fuel moisture. Fuel moisture is water act as a resistance against the fire spread. So of course fuel moisture play a very important role, but not in all types of fuel. But whenever fuel moisture exits, it resists the fire spread. Orientation, as you saw earlier slide in picture also, orientation in relation to the fire influences how heat is transferred. For example, a wood wall surface is heated by both convection and radiation, whereas the floor is more likely to be heated by radiative heat alone. As we saw in picture also, that is the horizontal combination and the vertical combination of the fluid. Continuity. Yes, continuity matters. Continuity is the proximity of various fuel elements to one another. The closer the fuel is, the easier and more rapidly fire will extend. Continuity may be either horizontal or vertical. So basically, these are the factors which influencing development of fire in the enclosed compartment of the particular scene. Here is the heat release rate and the locations normally available in the high-rise building or the business establishments. like small basket, cotton mattresses, cotton easy chairs, small pull of road vehicle fuels. Because if you are talking about high rise towers, then we have the parking in basement areas, and every fuel average having 30 liter to 40 liter fuel in the format of diesel or petrol, then the availability of fuel within that particular high rise building is come at its basement site. And suppose, imagine a situation where fire exists and it will spread out within the basement, and the parking is full of such vehicle, then how fast fire can be spread throughout the building. And both or all three modes, conduction, convection and radiative heat fluxes generated and transfer from one place to another place fire repetitively, and we are maybe in a position to uncontrolled burning. Then polyurethane mattresses are there whose heat release rate are about to 810 kilowatt to 2630. Polyurethane easy chairs are available. Polyurethanes are available who have the higher heat release rates. If you critically examine this picture, you can be have the concept of various stages of fire. When we are talking about its ignition source, means here is a matchstick where we start the fire, and here is the range of temperature. Now suppose at the point of ignition, and from this particular region, you may observe the non flaming stages starting from incipient, smoldering, non-glowing, and the temperature ranges is also very little or very lower sides. When we are talking about incipient stage, then fire at its early stage. The second stage of fire is its growth stage. So how temperature is increases the as the growth of fire increases. And here is the point which I am try to explain you about the flame over. Means if here is the point, if delta x is degree centigrade is added to this particular temperature, the whole fire is in fully developed stage. The whole fire is in its fully developed stage, and we can say flash over may exist, may occur at that particular time duration. So there are three stages. Suppose first one is incipient, the second one is growth stage, then you may observe it is the fully developed fire. Now after fully developed stage fire, due to deficiency of fuel or by means of certain type of firefighting strategies or applying of extinguishing media, decay stage of fire comes under the existence. And you saw this particular origin and this particular margin, it is totally basically dedicated to the decay stage of the fire. So how you can define the stages of fire? Then you can say first is the incipient stage, the second one is the growth stage of the fire, then we have the fully developed fire because transition took place from flame over to flash over, and then we have the decay stage for the particular fire. So if you draw a time temperature curve, then you can standardly define a particular fire in this particular format, and very easily able to understand how fire started and how fire get killed at the decay stage. Now fire characteristics of combustibles is very important. As we saw, non-flaming, then flaming, then well ventilated, there is premixed flame, concept of premixed flame. In premixed flame, the fuel and oxidizer uniformly mixed together prior to ignition. Please make a note on this point, that is mixed together prior to ignition. Obviously, burning velocity is approximately 3 meter per second. The peak temperature observed is 2230 Kelvin. If you saw this particular picture, then there are certain type of burners which are used to create this premixed flame inside the laboratory. Like Bunsen burner is there, porous plate flat flame burner is there, then flame holder in a duct is there, then we can say premixed flame exists within a laboratory. Suppose diffusion flame, another type of flame, the fuel and oxidizer initially exits in separate volume, and when these volumes comes together, each of gas diffuses to other, and burning velocity is same, peak temperature is almost same, and here are few types of burners which may be used for the creation of this diffusion flame. Why I am narrating this premixed flame and diffusion flame to you? Because when we are really talks about the practical fires which took place in an high-rise building or in a particular factory, then we must articulately define whether this diffusion flame or premix flames comes into the picture, and the models which are available to estimate the heat release rate patterns and mass loss rate patterns comes under the existence. Again, there are two flow in the flame. One is laminar, another one is turbulent. Laminar, as its name suggests, in the laminar flame, the flow is the flow of the temperature is with constant velocity. Flow is a streamline, smooth, constant velocity. You saw candle is ignited in first picture, and you may refer this particular picture to the laminar flame. The turbulent flame is characterized by fluctuation in velocity and temperature profile. See figure number 2 here. You may observe there is no continuity in the profiles of velocity and temperature. Here temperature may be different, here temperature may be different, in between temperature will be different, and the velocity is also fluctuating. Here velocity is less, here velocity is much more higher, and it is overall a particular flume. Now what is the concluding remark and what is the objective to discuss this two slide? A diffusion flame, we had already narrated in previous slide. A diffusion flame taller than 0.3 meter will be turbulent, while a diffusion flame shorter than 0.1 meter will be a laminar. Means when we have to deal with actual fire situations, a diffusion flame taller than 0.3 meter always exists, and diffusion flames modeling is needed when we have to assess or characterize the actual fire scene situation at this particular any particular type of situation. Now it is very important to understand it is a fire plume, and it may be visible at any type of fire scene. You saw a fire is happened occurs at an hospital, you seen this type of scene over there. A fire occurs in an factory, you may observe this scene also over there. So how this flume can be characterized, how structurally it can be defined? It is splitted into three zones: zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. Try to understand zone 1. Zone 1 an always luminous flame zone. The flame temperature exceeds the temperature of fuel surface. The gases accelerated upward in this particular zone. So from here you may observe this is this is your this is your zone number 1. It is always luminous flame zone. This is always luminous flame zone. When you are talking about zone 2, an intermediately flame zone, this zone 2 would show fluctuating orange flames. This is the fluctuating orange flame, and transparent gas with lower part the zone being orange more often, and at the top of the zone being defined as location where no oranges zone is seen. It's type of dark, we can say it's a type of dark here we can saw. The gas temperature while fluctuating has an average value that remain constant from the top of the bottom of this zone. Thus, the upward velocity is essentially constant. Here we may observe constant velocity for the flame. Zone 3. Zone 3 is the topmost from here to here we can say. Abundant plume. The plume is non-luminous, means ये कोई चमकीला नहीं दिखेगा आपको, बिल्कुल dark दिखेगा. The temperature and the abundant velocity decreases with height, means its height will not be at much part. So here is the structure of fire plume, which is very important to understand. So hope this is the fire characteristics. Now what one can understand by mass loss rate and what its contribution when one can talk about the mass loss rate. Mass loss rate means the decomposition of fuel when fire exists. Very simple. Mass loss rate with large opening can be obtained by log correlation equation. Law is one of the scientists who created this particular equation in 1983 itself, and it is given by mass loss rate is denoted by m, and then it is 0.18. You can very well saw the expression over here. A0 H0 raised to power 1 by 2 W by D 1 by 2, then 1 minus 0.0360 raised to power ohm. And how ohm is defined here is AT minus A0. What is all those things? Please try to understand. Mass loss rate is always measured in kg per second. AT belongs to the total area of boundary in meter square. A0 is the area of opening in enclosure. Opening means what? Where blow of fresh air comes. Area of opening may be a door, area of opening may be a window, area of opening may be a forced mechanical ventilation within a particular occupancy. Occupancy may refers to a factory, occupancy may refers to a high-rise tower, which may be used for business establishment, for hotel, for hospital, for any another type of occupancy, say shopping mall, like that. So A0 is the area of opening in enclosure in meter square. H0 is the height of opening. Height of opening is also meters when we are talking about mass loss rate. W is the enclosure width, D is the enclosure depth, and ohm is the loss correlation factor. Here is the heat release rate. It is very important. Heat release rate is generated at the surface of fire and decided how much quantity of extinguishing media is required to extinguish or to kill that particular fire. And heat release rate totally depends upon strength and location of ignition source, type, quantity, positioning, spacing, and surface area of the fuel, then size and location of opening in the enclosure. And how heat release rate can be defined? or can be calculated by QV, that is eta into m delta SC by rho. QE is the heat release rate in kilowatt, N is the combustion of efficiency. Normally we take it 0.65 in case of solid. When it comes for the liquid fuels, it increased by 0.90, and when it comes for the gaseous fuels, it approximately across the unity, that is 1. M is the mass loss rate in kg per second as we calculated from Law's equation here, and delta Hc is the heat of combustion, that is calorific value in kilojoule per kg. Rho is the stoichiometry air fuel mass ratio, and usually used when air fuel mass ratio can be estimated within a particular enclosure. So it is very, very important to understand and estimate the heat release rate at the surface of combustible material. So here is the answer for calculating heat releasing rate. Now, this is the scene. This is a slide where everyone's get interested. What is the elevated temperature? That is the maximum temperature occur at fire which is took place in an enclosure. So how one can estimate this? Then the equation is given by McCaffrey, provided an equation, that is delta Tg is equal to 6.85, then QV square, A0, H0, QK, AT, this all, what are all those things? QV is the heat release rate in kilowatt, A0 is the area of opening in enclosure, H0 is the height of opening in meter, QK is the effective heat transfer coefficient in kilowatt per meter square per Kelvin, and AT is the total area of boundary surface area in meter square. Tg here, how one can estimate this? Tg, that is the maximum temperature required for fire took place in an enclosed compartment. Then here is the solution, and Ohm is the Law's correlation factor over there. Now, fire duration, it is very, very important. कितनी देर ये फायर चलेगी, ये बुझ क्यों नहीं रही है, खत्म क्यों नहीं हो रही है? How one can estimate the duration of fire? So here is also one equation or the model through which you can able to calculate the effective fire duration, and effective fire duration can be calculated by total fire load. Fire load is the new terminology, we need to discuss it in next slides, in the enclosure divided by the mass loss rate of fuel as given below, and it is given by tau, and tau is the time of burning in second, and here is the total fire load in an enclosure for kgs. Now let's have few words on the fire load. What one can understand by fire load? Fire load is the amount of heat in kilocalorie which is liberated per square meter of a floor area of a compartment by combustion of the content of the building and combustible parts of the building itself. The amount of heat is used as the basis for grading of occupancy. And how simply fire load can be defined or calculate? The fire load is determined by multiplying the weight of all combustible materials by their calorific values and dividing the figure by the floor area under consideration. And here is the example. Suppose a building or an enclosed compartment like a room or a hall, big hall, having or containing a number of combustible material in the form of sofa, in the form of cushion, in the form of cloths, any another combustible material, plaster, gypsum, etc. And we may say that the combustible material having quantity like Q1 kg, Q2 kg, Q3 kg up to Qn kgs, and having calorific values say C1, C2, C3 up to Cn in kilocalorie per kg over an area of say x meter square, then the fire load is calculated by a simple equation sigma q1 into c1 plus q2 into c2 plus qn minus 1 into cn minus 1 plus qn into cn. Whole figure will be divided by this floor area. And what this calorific value? That is the heat for this is calorific value, the amount of heat liberated when the unit mass of combustible material undergoes for the complete combustion. So basically here is the scene for the fire load calculation. Yes, fire load can be calculated for a building, for a part of building, or for a compartment of a particular building. Grading of occupancy. Suppose how hazardous a building, it totally depends upon how much fire load it has occupied. Like we can mathematically express the listed degree of hazard in terms of fire load, and if fire load is denoted by Q colon then kilocalorie per meter square, then for light hazard the value is in between 0 to 2,75,000 kilocalorie per meter square. For ordinary hazard it shall be in between 2,75,000 to 55,000 kilocalorie per meter square. For high hazard it is in between 55,000 kilocalorie to 11,000 kilocalorie per meter square. And when we are talking about high hazard B, the value of fire load is always greater than 11 lakh kilocalorie per meter square. So here is the grading of occupancy by fire load, and one can easily understand that this particular area is of high hazard and this particular area is of light hazard for an particular building or an particular factory or an particular occupancy. Now, when we are talking about fire safety and its control, then we must have to know about the fire extinguishment theory. Fire extinguishment theory means first, anywhere when we saw fire, people ask us, pour the water at the surface of fire. So what we are doing, the hot surface of fire is cooled with suitable extinguishing media, preferably water in this technique. And we would like to cool the surface of fire and able to extinguish, kill that particular fire within a particular time duration. The second one is the smoothing. Smoothing means the enclosed surface of fire is covered or blanket with suitable fire resistance media to distinguish the surface of fire from surrounding oxygen, so that due to deficiency of oxygen fire may be extinguished itself. The third one is the starvation, the process of shifting available fuel from the scene of fire to safe places refer to this particular technique. Suppose there are number of combustible material available within one compartment and we have to shift compartment number 2 combustible material to a safer place, we will be in a position to stop fire due to deficiency of fuel available nearer to or adjacent areas towards the scene of fire. So starvation belonging to that particular technique. And here is the chain breaking reaction. As I told earlier also, some of the fuel ingredients, those who are unstable at normal temperature and pressure, these fuels have unpaired electrons, and these unpaired electrons can be react with suitable extinguishing media and they will be able to make some stable compound. What is this chain breaking reaction? Basically the process of forming stable compound with fuel ingredients by pouring suitable chemical at the surface of fire refers to this particular technique. Means the unpaired electrons or the reactive agents available at normal temperature and pressure forms stable compounds when we pouring some type of chemical at the scene of fire or surface of the fire. So basically this is all about fire extinguishment theory, cooling, smoothing, starvation, and chain reaction breaking. These four are the pillars, and every firefighters apply these particular technique one by one, two techniques simultaneously, three techniques simultaneously, or all four techniques simultaneously. But the time required to extinguishment of fire vary how a firefighter go for an particular approach. So the extinguishment theory refers to this particular technique. Now here is the preventive measures to stop or to not spreading fire. In the event of fire, fire may not spread from one place to another place internally. So there are some preventive measures, and how they define. These are the measures which are taken care of during designing of building and does not need any energy consumption. These measures are directly affect the architectural and construction value of the building. These systems are installed during the design and as a part of building. Now, what shall be the example? The fire resistance of building structure. As we all aware, there are load bearing and there are non-load bearing structures within the building construction, and the fire resistance time of each individual structure is well defined in National Building Code. And if a occupier follow and implement those guidelines of fire resistance material for the building structure, the spread of fire from one point to another point will be avoided, and the fire spread time can be increased, so that we are in a position to control that particular fire very fast. Then we have fire and smoke venting for smoke extraction. Of course, when fire exists, there will be the product in the form of toxic smoke, in the form of heat, and venting of smoke extraction play a very important role. If certain occupier gives provision for smoke extraction to his building, then it is very easy to control fire within the internal periphery of that particular building. The internal means of evacuation means staircases, the corridor pathways, or the provision of assembly points uh, are must exist within a particular building, so that the occupants within the particular building can safely evacuate it within very short duration of time, and firefighters can be save the lives of human beings. Compartmentation of internal structure play a very important role. Suppose a compartment number 1 is flooded with the number of flammable combustible materials, and compartment number 4 and 5 are usually not uh, populated dense populated with such type of combustible material. Then the barrier in the form of fire resistance door or fire resistant compartment play a very important role, and once fire ignited into the dense flammable combustible area, it will be stuck to that particular portion only, and it may not be spread out from one compartment to another compartment. So compartmentation of internal structure play a very important role while controlling the fire spread within the within the building itself. Isolation from neighbor structure is a key point. Suppose we have the adjacent building and it may be hazardous in nature, get caged fire, and how much we are isolated from this particular neighboring structure, and how radiative heat flux generated from that particular fire is influence the structure of our own, is the part of this particular point. We have make the construction in such a way that emergency vehicle or services can easily assess every corner of our premises. So there shall be the access for outside emergency services, so that the human life can be saved during an emergency. So these are the few preventive measures which can be taken care at the designing stage of the building, and fire spread can be avoided when this type of measures can be taken care by the architectures or the civil engineers during the construction. The second fire safety control is the fire protection. Basically, when we care, we taken all care, but the fire incident took place, then we have to go for the another measures, and these are the measures belonging to protection part, and these are the measures which are taken care of during, after designing of building structure, and does need energy consumption for activation. Now suppose fire took place, then what are the things which we have within us? We have four basically extinguishing media with us. Water is the cheapest and easily available extinguishing media. Foam is the highly dense synthetic detergent in the form of protein based. Then we have inert gases as a part of cooling agents at the surface of fire, and we have the few chemicals also to control exhibits the chain breaking reaction at the surface of fire. So basically we have these four extinguishing media to control any type of fire which is took place in any compartment or enclosure. Then the systems are also available with these four types of extinguishing media. The first, which is portable fire extinguisher. You may go through any type of occupancy, cinema halls, you observed a red color box, and that red color box having any media which is water, which may be foam, which may be a inert gas, or which may be a chemical. And basically it is a portable fire extinguisher, and apply always on small scale fire, which is a very less severity level. Then we must our building must be equipped with manual automatic fire detection and alarm system. Suppose a fire occur in any corner of a particular building, it shall be well detected, and there is provision for automatic fire detection and alarm system. It shall be installed. If such type of system is installed within a particular building, then any fire can be detect any type of fire, whether it is flaming, whether it is non-flaming, whether it is under ventilated or ventilated, it is detected. And once it is detected, alarm shall be initiated, and one can be in a position to evacuate the occupants available within that particular building. Then we have first aid hose reel system. Basically it is a water based hose reel system available to move on every corner or the narrow spaces within the occupancy for fighting with the fire. Then we have fire yard hydrant system. Here is the another continuous flow of water shall be there, and you will fight with the fire with the help of water at any corner of the building or occupancy. Then There is a system we call automatic water sprinkler system, which need not require any manual operation. The water sprinkler are frangible link type glass bulb are available over there. At a predetermined preset temperature, they burst, and the water shall pour at the scene of fire, and fire is easily extinguished at its early stage with the help of such system. This belonging to automatic water sprinkler system. When we are talking about foam based firefighting system, there are number of system available with the foam based firefighting system, and usually these foam based firefighting system are installed at factory premises belonging to oil and gas industries, because foam is an extinguishing media which is applied preferably on liquid fires. So liquid fire chances are very rare at the occupancies available like high-rise buildings. Then we have inert gases system, that CO2 based firefighting system, FM200 based firefighting system, normally installed at the highly sophisticated areas available within the occupancy. So another one is the dry chemical powder based firefighting installation. And here is the end of my slides. Probably few are left. It is mobile firefighting system. I just wanted to share some suggestive reading for you. References are available with me. Some very beautiful, very nicely drafted books are available, which are titled as Basics of Fire, Fire Scenarios, Principle of Fire Behavior and Combustion, an Introduction to Fire Dynamics. These are the few references from where this whole PPT is arranged at my end. So at last, thank you. Thank you so much. If you have any query, I am very eager to reply those particular queries to you. And if suppose there is no query, then I may understand that this whole of the presentation is very boring and you may not be able to grasp it in an appropriate manner. So please, if you have any queries, I am very eager to reply to those particular queries. I think Rishikesh Chormaris is, please unmute yourself and you may please have few questions with me.
Yeah, it's a very nice presentation, and I'm very happy to just hear and go through your presentations. It's just a review to me. Whatever we have learned in the during the colleges. It's just coming back all the memories in front of me, and I'm very happy to see you. It's a very nice and excellent presentation. So many things I have just gone through, and I just it's a remarkable overcome. You can say a flashback memories to me. My particularly one question is that how you are going to deal with the n numbers of chemicals if you are working with the n numbers of chemicals. So how you are going to deal with that fire?
Okay. See, when some reactive chemicals catched fire, they have their own material safety data sheet from the manufacturer point of view. And manufacturer point of view, there may be certain types of datas they have been narrated to that particular material safety data sheet. Suppose a chemical is dangerous when it get wet, then this will be required to extinguish by a particular type of material or ingredients. In that particular case, what we do, being fire safety technocrats, we take the special dry chemical powders, and these special dry chemical powders are well uh, composed with keeping the view or the composition of that reactive metals, which reactive material which is going for the fire. And in that way, what we do, we make certain type of special dry chemical powder to deal offering to extinguishment of those particular fires. So suppose we have a particular metal, say sodium metal is one of the example I can say, and sodium metal is highly reactive when it get catched fire. So when we have to control this particular fire, we have to go for a special dry chemical powder, which is composed accordingly, and we call it NX powder, and we pour that particular powder at the surface of that particular metal. So similar way, if certain chemicals are available which are very dangerous and reactive at normal scene, then we have to saw what is its composition and what are its flammability data, and accordingly we have to compose our dry chemical powder, and we named it the special dry chemical powder for that.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that thing. Even we are having all the mathematical data sheets and all the things with us, and we are just doing the all the things. My basically, it's a very informative one. Okay, if you want to just have the some going through the some articles and all the things. My particularly questions returns that if n numbers of chemicals are persisting at a site, and if suddenly fire occurs, in that case, you are not going to refer the MSDS. And in that case, what exactly you are going to do? Just because even you don't know how much the toxic gases are going to be escaped, as well as what about the fire calories? What even I don't know. Even I don't know. If there are n numbers, suppose we are having acetone, we are having the ethyl acetate, we are having the propanes and all the things. So n numbers of calories is going to be emitted. In that case, the fire maybe the water is the last source, but I don't think so. It's going to be used in the very first phase. So in that case, can we go for the combination of fire extinguisher agents, or maybe going through that some other sophisticated equipment? Just because we are not having might be we are having some ventilated, so forcefully ventilation also we can use, but there are certain limitations of that system. So in that case, exactly what is the appropriate way to handle that case?
In that regard, I have comments because we have the social elements and we are learning from accident itself. So what is the scene? If you go through the past his studies and found that when the firefighters are unable to make a situation over which the fire can be extinguished, then they will cordon that particular area and let it to burn up till all fuel get consumed at the surface of fire itself. When I provide one slide to you in the presentation, there may be a last stage of fire, that is the decay stage. So probably if you cordon that particular area, and we are not in a position to extinguish that particular fire due to unknowing fact of those particular fire, since that how many chemicals are there, existence of how many chemicals, number of chemicals may be there, and they may be reactive, then let it burn till it get whole consumed. If you saw the IOCL fire, oil refinery fire at Jaipur itself, then the strategy is planned in that way that the radiative heat flux generated from the source of fire is much more higher, and people are not able to fight that particular fire from a distance of 500 meter or 1 kilometer itself. So what people adopted, they cordoned that particular portion and let whole fuel has to be consumed from fire itself, and
Yeah,
then
that's a self-extinguishment. Okay,
yeah.
fine, I got it. That's a self-extinguishment. But what about when n numbers of chemicals is going to be burned, the toxic fumes may are going to release. What about how to just control that thing? Just because it's beyond our hand.
Yes, it's a new field, fire engineering. Fire technology is also a newborn among the traditional branches of engineering. Needs lot of research and development in that area also. When the Jaipur Agnikand is exist, people are much more sufferer. The most people are sufferer from Jaipur itself. So what happens if we damage environmental and try to control for those particular environmental protection, but in that particular scene also we are in a position to save lives. If you saw critically examine that particular case, we may not lose any human life, but we definitely lose our environmental protection aspect in that area. So although there is practicals are going on, experiments are going on, and probably such type of thing may be hunted in near future.
Yeah, it's a very, thank you very much for, just, giving your presentation, and it's a very informative one. So I wish you a very good luck for the future as well as for the college. Good job.
So kind of you. Thank you so much. I would like to eager having another participants comment on it, please.
Hello, Mr. Manish Kumar ji. You can ask your question to sir directly. Sir, I think he is not able to hear.
Manish Kumar have a question. Using CO2 and inert gas for fire extinguisher may affect people and pollution. We know some gases are poisonous. Then why we are using such gases? My mic is not working. Okay. So basically, it's very nice question. CO2 is an clean agent, and clean agent is not leave any type of residue at the surface of fire, and we are very easily extinguish with the cooling effect of that gas and extinguish that particular fire, right? But what happens? You rightly says there are some pollution issues. Like Rishikesh also raised the same problem of pollution, environmental protection aspect. Then you have also been in the part. Then probably up to December 2002, we are using one inert gas in the form of halogenated groups, and these halogenated groups, when apply at the surface of fire, they create a gas. They generate a gas. Its name is phosgene, and when this phosgene gas is exposed to our atmosphere, it deplete our ozone layer. So what firefighters do? They bend all halogenated agents at the surface of fire. Then they compose halogenated agents in such a way that the formation of phosgene gas is not took place at the surface of fire, and in that way CO2 gas and another inert gases are applied at the scene of fire. So now there is not a environmental issues aspects related to inert gases are concerned. Hope I go resolve to your point. Any other person who is willing to answer? Any other participant who wants to speak? Okay, I have a, short film if sir permit us a time, whether it's a break time or
Yes,
we can
sir.
we can go
This is
ahead.
the time for lunch. We will take a short break for lunch,
Okay.
and we will again resume it on 2 p.m.
Sir, we have very useful information on fire fighting. If you permit, it is hardly 15 minutes. If all participants have interest, then I can share that particular video also.
Okay, sir.
It's a
We
hardly
will.
20
Yes, sir. You
20
can
minutes.
continue, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
एक ऐसा अवयव है अग्नि एक ऐसा अवयव है जो परिवर्तित होकर मानव की बहुत सी जरूरतों को पूरा करता है। ये खाना पकाने के काम आने से लेकर अंतरिक्ष में रॉकेट भेजने तक काम आती है। ये आग ही है जो एक ओर तो लोहे को गर्म करके पिघलाती है, वहीं दूसरी ओर एक लौ की तरह जगमगाती हुई आध्यात्म की ओर ले जाती है। अग्नि ही एक ऐसा तत्व है जो कि प्रत्येक वस्तु में विद्यमान है। ऐसा तत्व जिसे मनुष्य ने काबू में करना सीखा है। यद्यपि अग्नि तब तक ही मनुष्य के लिए उपयोगी है जब तक वो उसे काबू में रख सके। जैसे ही उसकी पकड़ अग्नि पर से हटती है, ये एक दावानल का रूप धारण कर रास्ते में पड़ने वाली हर वस्तु को जलाकर भस्म कर देती है और जान माल का काफी नुकसान कर देती है। हमारे देश में अनगिनत लोग और लाखों करोड़ों का सामान अग्नि में जलकर स्वाहा हो जाता है। इन सब घटनाओं के पीछे क्या कारण है? जी हाँ, जानकारी का अभाव कि आग के वक्त कैसे प्रतिक्रिया करें। यही वो मुख्य कारण है जो छोटी सी आग को एक दावानल का रूप दे देता है। बचाव का सिर्फ एक ही तरीका है, हम खुद को जानकारी से लैस कर लें। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फायर टेक एंड सेफ्टी इंजीनियरिंग एक ऐसा व्यावसायिक समुदाय जो जी जान से अपने बहुत से ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स के जरिए कर रहा है। इस समूह के फायर प्रोफेशनल लोगों को पूरे फायर फाइटर को फायर सेवर भी कहते हैं। इसलिए फायर फाइटिंग एक जीवन रक्षक कार्य है। ये जानने से पहले कि आग को कैसे काबू में करना है और उससे कैसे लड़ना है, हमें यह जानना होगा कि आग होती क्या है, शुरू कैसे होती है और इससे कैसे निपटा जाता है। साथ ही ये भी कि आग को और बढ़ने से कैसे रोका जाता है। आग के विषय में आपकी जानकारी और आत्मविश्वास ही संकट के वक्त आपकी जिंदगी और मौत का फैसला करते हैं। अग्नि एक रासायनिक, ये ईंधन, ऑक्सीजन और ताप का समन्वय है। ईंधन कोई भी ज्वलनशील पदार्थ हो सकता है, जैसे कि ठोस, तरल या गैस। हवा में ऑक्सीजन का प्रतिशत लगभग 20% होता है और उसके अनुसार ताप भी अलग अलग वस्तु के लिए अलग अलग होता है। अगर इन ज्वलनशील 3 कारणों का समन्वय रोक दिया जाए तो हम आग को रोक सकते हैं। इसलिए इन तीनों के मेल को रोकना ही अग्नि रोकने का उपाय है। बेतरतीब गृह व्यवस्था, फैक्ट्री, कारखाने और कंपनी में अग्नि का प्रमुख कारण है। ताप 3 माध्यमों से फैलता है: संवहन, कंडक्शन, स्थानांतरण या कन्वेक्शन, विकिरण या रेडिएशन। संवहन ये ताप को ठोस पदार्थ के जरिए एक स्थान से दूसरे स्थान तक ले जाने का माध्यम है। इसे रोकने के लिए ज्वलनशील पदार्थों को अग्नि के ऊपर वाली और पास वाली जगह से दूर हटा दें। स्थानांतरण ताप और धुएं के जरिए हवा के अणु ऊपर की ओर उठते हैं और आग को ऊपर की तरफ फैलाते हैं। इस तरह के फैलाव को रोकने के लिए सभी खिड़की और दरवाजों को बंद करें ताकि धुआं और ताप अंदर न आ सके। विकिरण इसमें ताप हवा के अणुओं के जरिए एक स्थान से दूसरे स्थान तक जाता है। विकिरण को नापने के लिए आसपास की जगहों को लगातार ठंडा किया जाता है, जिससे कि ताप का विकिरण न हो और आग न फैले। किसी भी दुर्घटना के समय तुरंत प्रतिक्रिया ही जीवन और मृत्यु के बीच के असली अंतर को तय करती है। तुरंत पता लगना, चेतावनी देना, तुरंत प्रतिक्रिया करना केवल लाखों के सामान का बचाव ही नहीं करता, अपितु बहुमूल्य जीवन को भी बचा सकता है। अग्नि को बुझाने के कुछ तरीके ये हैं: ईंधन की कमी करना यानी स्टारवेशन, ढकना यानी ब्लैंकेटिंग, ठंडा करना यानी कूलिंग। ईंधन की कमी करना, इसमें आग की जगह के आसपास से ईंधन को हटा दिया जाता है। ऐसा करने से ईंधन की कमी की वजह से अग्नि स्वयं ही बुझ जाती है। ढकना, किसी भी संकट के वक्त अग्नि को शांत करने के लिए कार्यस्थल पर ही कई वस्तुएं मिल जाती हैं, जैसे कि पर्दा, टेबल क्लॉथ, अखबार और खोखे आदि। इनसे ढकने से हम ऑक्सीजन को आग तक पहुंचने से रोक सकते हैं और ऑक्सीजन की कमी की वजह से आग आसानी से बुझ जाती है। बड़ी जगह होने पर खिड़की और दरवाजों को पूरी तरह से बंद कर देने पर भी ऑक्सीजन को आग तक पहुंचने से रोका जा सकता है और आग को बुझाया जा सकता है। ठंडा करना। पानी या जल में ताप को सोखने की अद्भुत क्षमता होती है और इसीलिए इसे ठंडा करने के काम में लिया जाता है और उससे बचाव के तरीकों को अच्छी तरह से समझ लें। अग्नि सिर्फ 4 प्रकार की होती है और 4 ही माध्यम हैं उसे बुझाने के। ठोस वस्तुओं की अग्नि जैसे कि लकड़ी, फूल पत्ती, कॉटन, सूती इत्यादि की आग, ये सब क्लास ए फायर के अंतर्गत आती है। क्लास बी फायर तरल पदार्थों की अग्नि है जिसके अंतर्गत ज्वलनशील पदार्थ जैसे कि पेट्रोल के उत्पाद, पेंट, रसायन आदि आते हैं। क्लास सी फायर जिसके अंतर्गत ज्वलनशील गैस, प्लास्टिक और विद्युत से उत्पन्न होने वाली आग शामिल है। क्लास डी फायर के अंतर्गत ज्वलनशील धातुएं जैसे कि मैग्नीशियम, सोडियम, पोटेशियम आदि आती हैं। इसे मेटल फायर कहते हैं। अग्नि को बुझाने के लिए 4 अग्निशामक माध्यम हैं: जल, फोम, सूखे पाउडर या कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड। पानी। पानी से आग को ठंडा करने की विधि से बुझाया जाता है। फोम। फोम अग्नि को ब्लैंकेट करके बुझाता है और यह क्लास बी फायर पर असरदार है। डीसीपी। डीसीपी या एबीसी अग्नि को ब्लैंकेटिंग तकनीक से बुझाता है और ये ज्वलनशील तरल पदार्थ, गैस और बिजली के उपकरणों पर असरदार है। कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड। ये ऑक्सीजन को हटाता है और आग को असरदार ढंग से बुझाता है। ये क्लास बी, सी बिजली के उपकरणों पर असरकारक है। ये 4 माध्यम 4 तरह के अग्निशमक यंत्रों में उपलब्ध हैं। वाटर टाइप फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर। इस एक्सटिंग्विशर की ऊपरी परत माइल्ड स्टील की होती है और इसकी क्षमता 9 लीटर वाटर की है। उसमें एक मैंगनीज स्टील की गैस कार्ट्रिज लगी होती है जिसमें कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड गैस हाई प्रेशर पर भरी होती है और उसे कैप पर थ्रेडेड किया जाता है और फिर जब सेफ्टी क्लिप को हटाया जाता है और नॉब को पंचर किया जाता है तो निडल कार्ट्रिज की सील को पंचर कर देती है। CO2 के प्रेशर की वजह से पानी बाहर की ओर निकलता है। याद रखें, सेफ्टी क्लिप को हटाने के बाद ही पंचर करें। वाटर CO2 एक्सटिंग्विशर गैस पदार्थों की आग के लिए सबसे असरदार है। इसका जेट 30 फीट दूर तक जाता है और 1.5 मिनट तक रहता है। इसकी मदद से आग को एक निश्चित दूरी से भी बुझाया जा सकता है। यह 50 लीटर मॉडल में भी उपलब्ध है। वाटर, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एवं सभी प्रकार के एक्सटिंग्विशर व्हील माउंटेड में भी उपलब्ध है, पर पानी को तरल पदार्थों की आग पर इस्तेमाल नहीं किया जा सकता। ऐसा करने पर आग सिर्फ फैलेगी और नुकसान को बढ़ाएगी। क्योंकि पानी का घनत्व ज्वलनशील तरल पदार्थों के घनत्व से ज्यादा है, इसलिए पानी नीचे तल पर बैठ जाएगा और पदार्थ को सतह पर ही रहने देगा और फैला देगा। इसलिए वाटर टाइप एक्सटिंग्विशर को कभी भी क्लास बी लिक्विड फायर पर इस्तेमाल नहीं करना चाहिए। पानी ज्वलनशील गैसों की आग पर भी नहीं उपयोग किया जा सकता। ये आग को बुझा नहीं पाएगा। पानी को अगर ज्वलनशील धातुओं पर डाला जाए तो कुछ धातुओं में विस्फोट भी हो सकता है। इसलिए पानी को धातुओं की अग्नि पर इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते हैं। अगर पानी को बिजली के उपकरणों पर प्रयोग किया जाए तो व्यक्ति को बिजली का झटका लग सकता है। मैकेनिकल फोम एक बेहतरीन एक्सटिंग्विशर जिसकी बॉडी माइल्ड स्टील की है और उसके कंटेनर में 9 लीटर पानी भरा होता है जिसमें 540 मिलीलीटर सिंथेटिक फोम कॉन्सेंट्रेट मिला होता है और इसमें हाई प्रेशर कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड की गैस कार्ट्रिज होती है। इसे चलाने के लिए पहले सेफ्टी क्लिप को हटाया जाता है और नॉब को पंचर किया जाता है। इसके बाद फोम कॉन्सेंट्रेट का सॉल्यूशन डिस्चार्ज होस से बाहर निकल जाता है। डिस्चार्ज होने पर 72 लीटर फोम 1.5 मिनट तक निकलता है और आग को बुझाने का काम सुरक्षित दूरी से किया जा सकता है। फोम एक्सटिंग्विशर ज्वलनशील तरल पदार्थों जैसे कि पेट्रोल के उत्पाद, पेंट आदि की अग्नि पर बेहद असरकारक है। फोम तरल पदार्थों की ऊपरी सतह को ढककर ऑक्सीजन के सप्लाई को रोक देता है और इस तरह से आग को ब्लैंकेटिंग के जरिए बुझा देता है। यद्यपि फोम को क्लास सी एंड डी पर उपयोग नहीं किया जा सकता, फोम को बिजली के उपकरणों की आग पर प्रयोग करने से बिजली का झटका लग सकता है। डीसीपी ये एक्सटिंग्विशर माइल्ड स्टील का बना होता है और मेन कंटेनर को सोडियम बाइकार्बोनेट के पाउडर से भरा जाता है। एक जार की कार्ट्रिज जिसमें हाई प्रेशर पर कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड गैस भरी होती है को कैप के साथ लगाया जाता है। जब इसे चलाना होता है तब सेफ्टी क्लिप को हटाते हैं और डिस्चार्ज होस को हाथ से पकड़ते हैं। फिर नॉब को प्रेस किया जाता है जिससे कि सोडियम बाइकार्बोनेट पाउडर डिस्चार्ज होस से बाहर आता है और पाउडर फैल जाता है। जब इसे चलाते हैं तब इसके जेट को आग की जगह आजू बाजू झाड़ू फेरने की तरह से स्वीपिंग मोशन में डालते हैं। ये पाउडर जहरीला नहीं है और इसे किसी भी प्रकार के मास्क के बिना भी सुरक्षित तरीके से चलाया जा सकता है। ड्राई पाउडर क्लास बी एंड सी फायर जो कि ज्वलनशील पदार्थ और गैस की आग है पर बेहद असरकारक है। यह भी बाकी सभी एक्सटिंग्विशर्स की तरह विभिन्न कैपेसिटीज में आता है, जैसे कि 5 kg, 10 kg, 15 kg। बड़े कामों के लिए व्हील माउंटेड ट्रॉली भी उपलब्ध है। आग बुझाना एक सरल कार्य है और एक महिला भी ये कार्य आत्मविश्वास के साथ कर सकती है। यद्यपि बी एंड सी क्लास को फायर पर कारगर होने के बावजूद डीसीपी को ठोस पदार्थों की अग्नि जिसके अंतर्गत लकड़ी, कॉटन, टेक्सटाइल आते हैं पर नहीं इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता क्योंकि डीसीपी ठंडा नहीं करता है। याद रखें, आप नॉब को पंचर करने से पहले होस को नहीं पकड़ते हैं तो आप आग को नहीं बुझा पाएंगे। ऐसा कुछ आपके साथ हो सकता है। अग्नि की शुरुआती स्टेज में जब डीसीपी को नाजुक मशीनों पर जैसे कि कंप्यूटर आदि पर यदि उपयोग किया जाए तो यह मशीनों को खराब कर देता है, इसलिए मशीनों पर इसका उपयोग करने से बचें। ड्राई केमिकल पाउडर स्टोर्ड प्रेशर के सिलेंडर्स में भी उपलब्ध है जिसमें कि सिर्फ लॉकिंग पिन को हटाना पड़ता है और जब वाल्व के हैंडल को प्रेस किया जाता है ड्राई पाउडर डिस्चार्ज जेट के जरिए बाहर निकलता है। इसे बस सही दिशा में अग्नि पर चलाना चाहिए। CO2 इसकी मेन बॉडी मैंगनीज स्टील की होती है। सिलेंडर के अंदर CO2 को हाई प्रेशर पर तरल पदार्थ के रूप में भरा जाता है। चलाते वक्त लॉकिंग पिन को हटाया जाता है और कंट्रोल वॉल्व को एंटी क्लॉकवाइज दिशा में घुमाया जाता है। याद रखें, एंटी क्लॉकवाइज डायरेक्शन में और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड गैस को सही दिशा देते हुए अग्नि की जगह पर ही छोड़ें। कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड गैस को स्वीपिंग मोशन में बाजू से ही डालें और इस तरह से कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड ऑक्सीजन को हटाकर आग को बुझा देता है। ऐसा इसलिए संभव है क्योंकि कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एक इनर्ट गैस है। कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एक्सटिंग्विशर क्लास बी लिक्विड फायर एंड क्लास सी फायर पर असरकारक है। CO2 को हम सोफिस्टिकेटेड मशीनों पर सुरक्षित रूप से इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। ये एक असंक्रामिक माध्यम है। CO2 को हम बिजली के उपकरणों पर भी प्रयोग कर सकते हैं।
Sir, your voice is not. No, sir. Not audible, sir. No, sir, not audible.
Sir, I am audible now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So hopefully you are in a position to having some good gesture in video, which I had explained in my PowerPoint presentation. Probably it is not that much that much interesting, but the video might be the good one. So hope you will get some ideas about fire. And sir, we may break up to 2:10, and then we will start our next session.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the fundamentals of fire and its control. It will definitely benefit it for us. Thank you very much, sir. Now I am sharing the link for feedback for second session and along with the attendance. So kindly fill the feedback along with the attendance. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Indrajit sir. Sir, warm good afternoon. Sir, please unmute yourself, sir, please.
Okay. So very good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, sir. Very shortly we will start, sir.
Sure.
Probably I have given the time of 2:10.
Yes.
Slowly, once again, participants will reach us.
Okay.
And we will start, sir.
Sure.
Hello.
Yes, Fant.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
We are total 40 in number now.
Yes, sir.
So probably slowly people may join us once again.
Yes, sir.
Indrajit Ghosh sir is already joined us.
Okay, sir.
You may proceed for further. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. First you
So,
unshare this screen and then proceed, please.
shall we start, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon to everyone. Now we have eminent personality, Dr. Indrajit Ghosh sir, who is Associate Professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, Uttarakhand. He has completed his PhD in Civil Engineering, specialization in Transportation Engineering from State University, Detroit, Michigan in 2010. And he has completed his Master of Engineering and Civil Engineering department and specialization in Transportation Engineering from Wayne State University, Detroit, Michigan in 2008. He has a vast experience in teaching of 18 years in various institutes, and he has published various research papers in eminent journals. The topics likewise Kraging based approach for estimation of vehicular speed and passenger are units on an urban arterials, and he has received various awards like standing committee member, traffic control devices committee, international travel support, and young scientist awards. So with due permission of Indrajit Ghosh sir, so shall we start, sir?
Yes. Sure.
Sir, now mic is
Yes, I am.
handed over to you, sir.
Sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Just hold on. So is my screen visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Visible.
Okay. So thank you, Jashwant, for the introduction, and thank you, Dr. Patel, for inviting me for this particular webinar. So I am going to deliver my lecture on proactive method for road safety analysis under mixed traffic. So proactive is basically opposite of reactive. So we'll see what are the reactive methods we can take in order to go for safety improvement. And there is one more term which is very important, is mixed traffic. So if we compare the condition in the Western country or developed world, we will be able to see that there is quite good homogeneity in the traffic. So mostly they have cars, they have very less proportion of bus and trucks, and they have almost minimal proportion for the motorized two-wheeler, which is basically scooty or motorcycle. But if you look at Indian condition, whether it is urban road or rural road, we have different types of vehicle, non-motorized vehicle, like there are bullock carts, there are nano, there are BMW, there are buses, government buses, private buses, we have small trucks, we have truck trailers. Okay, so we'll be seeing like how we are doing some kind of work at IIT Roorkee. So as this is just only one webinar, I just focused on a particular aspect, which is pedestrian vehicle related interaction. So I am thankful to IPS Academy for inviting me for this particular webinar. And as mentioned by Yashwant, I am working as an associate professor in the civil engineering department of IIT Roorkee. So though Yashwant has given some introduction, I have also noted down some points here. So I have done my bachelor degree in 2003 from West Bengal. The university is IIEST, Engineering, Science and Technology. Then I completed one Master of Engineering in Highway and Traffic Engineering, where my master's thesis was related to reliability analysis of flexible pavement design. Then I did another master's followed by a PhD from a state university in Michigan, Detroit in the year 2008 and 10. So my second master's and PhD was completely related to traffic safety. So after my PhD, I have worked at various places, starting from IIT Madras, BITS Pilani, NIT Hamirpur. Hey, is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Okay. Then followed by IIT Roorkee. So I have changed my job quite often during my initial years. I have completed guiding 6 PhD students, 5 students are working with me, 30 masters completed, 3 ongoing. I have some publication mostly in international journals as a part of requirement for our promotion placement of the students. We do not go for national journals, so we have to go for international journals, and almost similar number of conferences, mostly abroad conferences. So there are certain recognitions, outstanding teacher award. Then I have been in the committee of Indian Roads Congress, Road Safety and Design Committee. Then I am also serving as a member for certain committee of United States, which is Traffic Control Devices Committee, which is part of Transportation Research Board, which is located in Washington, DC. I am also editorial member of certain journals, noteworthy is Journal of Advanced Transportation, where the publisher is Wiley. And I am also fortunate enough to serve as the exchange faculty at one UK university, Newcastle in England. So with this, I want to start my presentation. So I have divided the presentation in terms of road safety scenario in world, in India. So present status in India, why we should focus on road safety. I know during our discussion with during my discussion with Dr. Patel, I came to know that you looked at various safety, fire safety and other things. So why we should focus on road safety? What is the requirement? Concept of proactive road safety analysis, what are the things we have done, and some examples. These are some snapshots from my Google Scholar profile and ResearchGate profile. So like how many paper I have published, how many times they have been cited and other things. So those are academic matter. I am not going to spend time on those. So directly I am coming to road traffic safety. So road traffic safety, what it is? So transportation is one of the basic need that we have in our society. So we cannot stick to one location. We cannot just stay at our home, though it is happening for the last 1.5 years, but we need to travel. We need to go to our workplace. Our kids, they have to go to school. We need to go to shops for the marketing, for buying things. So in order to travel, we need to use road. Now, one road is being used by different types of road users. There are non-motorized vehicle, motorized vehicle, there are pedestrian, there are bicyclists, there are trucks, buses, and they compete for the same space. So sometimes there are behavioral changes, how the driver is driving, how a pedestrian is crossing, how a vehicle is going to obstruct the path of another vehicle. So all of this ultimately leads to certain mishaps. We commonly call them as accidents. Because of that, sometimes there are death, there are injuries. Injury can be also classified in serious injury, non-serious injury, and there are certain accidents also where there is no injury to any of the road occupants or vehicle occupants or any road user, but there are damage to the vehicle or damage to the median or maybe damage to certain property. So road traffic safety, we look at different methods and mitigation measures that we need to take up in order to reduce these mishaps, so that we can reduce the number of death, reduce the number of injury or any harm that is being sustained by a road user while using the road. So we are pedestrian when we use the road, but as soon as we come to our house premises, we are not pedestrian. So the scope of road traffic safety is only the scope is how to ensure the safety of the road user when they are traveling on the road. So I have some data from World Health Organization. This is one organization, they keep publishing the statistics related to the whole world. So the latest document they had was in the year 2018. So they have shown you certain statistics here. You can see that they are saying it is road traffic injuries, including the death, is 8 leading cause of death. So there are different kind of reason for the death. One is COVID-19. There can be some other things. Okay, but it is 8th largest as per the 2018 data. This is first cause of death among certain ages, 5 to 10 years and 15 to 29 years. This is first cause of death. So here you can see 5 to 14 is basically they belong to younger age, they are kids, they are children, they are teen. Now 15 to 29, they are going to universities, colleges, high school, and initial ages of the service life. So when these people are getting killed, those families are getting harmed like anything. So if older people are getting killed, yes, at least there will be some people who will be saying that they have already lived their life. So they unko to janai tha. So, but when you see that the problem is lying between 5 to 29, it's a major thing that we have to deal with. Here we have some interesting facts. Many a times people say that India is having so many accidents because we have more number of vehicles everywhere. We have easy car loans. Banks are coming to our home. They are saying that you have to pay minimum amount of money. We have good scheme for the EMI. So people blame that number of vehicles are going to lead to higher number of accidents. But if you look at world statistics, you will see that the developed country, high income country, United States, European countries, Australia, so they have 40% of the world population. They only account for 7% of the death. Whereas if you look at low and medium income countries, they account for 60% of the vehicles, but they are responsible for 93% of the death. So for 40% it is 7% death, and for 60% it is 60% death, 93% death. So obviously something is happening in the low and medium income countries. And last one, here I want to bring your attention that worldwide, out of the road traffic victims, the people who are getting killed, more than half of the people belong to 3 different categories. One is pedestrian, second one is bicyclist, and third one is the motorized two-wheeler. Motorized two-wheeler means scooty or motorcycle. So there is a particular term, those are used for these 3 road user categories, they are known as VRU, vulnerable road users. Why they are called vulnerable road users? There are other road users as well. Why we are specifically talking about those? Because if you observe them carefully, you will be able to see that as they are not sitting inside a vehicle, they are not protected by a metal body. So any impact that will happen to their body can be very dangerous, can be very risky, and that can lead to death or very serious injuries. That's why World Health Organization as well as all other government are trying to focus more on these three road user categories. And there are some other statistics as well. Every 24 seconds there are somebody who is dying on world roads. Now in terms of Indian statistics, there is one organization, National Crime Records Bureau, which comes under Ministry of Home. Okay, they publish documents every year. This is the latest document they have. So they list down different types of accidents. It can be traffic accident, it can be accidental fire, it can be electrocution, it can be falling from the roof or hill or anything. So all different types of accident. That data also shows traffic accidents has the major proportion among different types of accident that we see in India. So 43% as per the latest statistics. Now, if we look at MORTH data, MORTH stands for Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Okay, so it's an organization which comes under central government. They also publishes some document, some report every year to make the people understand that how the accident trend has been and what should we do based upon the insights that we get from the report. So if we say the data from 2015 to 2019, we can see that there are 5 lakhs accident in 2015. They went reduced, then it increased, it is reduced. Okay, number of people getting killed, 1,46,000, increased, decreased, increased, almost same. Number of injury, higher number, lower number, lower number, lower number. So it says injuries are decreasing, accidents are decreasing, almost 50%, 50,000 drop from 2015 to 2019, but death has increased. Okay, so there is some problem. So we need to deal with that. So now this problem is not new. It has been observed long back. So worldwide there is certain gathering, certain meeting, they call it conference, which is being attended by the representative of the ministry. One such conference was held in a place called Brasilia, which is a city in Brazil, in the year 2015. So when every country, they shared their accidental data, how many people are getting killed, how many are getting injured, where are the problems. So they discussed many things and they promised, they signed one document. India was one of the signatory, and they promised that within the next 5 years, we should be able to bring down number of accidents and number of death by 50%. Okay, it means whatever number of accident we had in 2015, we will be making it half by the year 2020, and we will also reduce the death by half in 2020. But whereas if you look at the data that I have shown you in the last slide, you will be able to see that though we could reduce the number of accidents, obviously not by half, only by 50,000, we could not achieve any positive effect in terms of number of death. Rather, death has increased. Okay, so we are failing. So by looking at this bad scenario back in the year 2011, so this problem is not new. This is there for a long period of time. United Nations, which is another organization which looks into the problems worldwide, they said like road safety is going to be a big problem in future worldwide. So we should come up with certain methods or approach that will be able, for which we will be able to reduce the number of accidents or death. So they have proposed 5 different approaches which can be classified here. So first one is road safety management. So traffic is moving, how we can manage the traffic so that there is no accident. So you can see there are traffic management center, there are traffic control center where personnel are sitting, they are trying to coordinate with the people who are at the site. There can be interceptor, there can be traffic police standing on the road, and they are continuously talking about what walkie-talkie and mobile phone and trying to do something when there are jam, there are congestion, there are accidents situation and something. Second one is build safer road. We engineer should make sure that from the engineering point of view, we have done something foolproof. There will be problem from the user point of view. People will be using mobile phone. Driver will be talking to the co-passenger. Driver will be looking at a nice poster by the side of the road. But at the same time, we need to make sure that whatever design we have done in terms of geometric design, horizontal curve, super elevation, that is perfect. We have not done any mistake. Third one is safer vehicle. So mechanical engineering people, industrial engineering people, material science people, they are continuously working on the vehicular crashworthiness. We all know nowadays people are looking at NCAP rating, how many seat belts, how many airbags one particular vehicle has while buying a vehicle. Earlier the trend was different. Earlier people used to ask what is the mileage. ये कितना देती है? एक liter fuel में how much it travel? But nowadays focus is somewhat on the safety side as well. Safe user behavior. So the people who use the road, how they are behaving, whether there is mistakes from their point of view, whether they are using seat belt, whether they are wearing helmets while riding the two-wheelers. So they are being trained, they are being educated. But education at a later level is not possible. So they are going to school, they are trying to tell the people that this is how to cross the road, this is how to face the traffic. There are various other campaigns which are going on in order to improve the road user behavior. And last one is the improve post-crash care. So if the accidents are happening, it should not happen the victim is going to be killed at the site. So he or she has to be transported to the nearby healthcare facility so that he is not going to breathe his last. Okay, so 5 different approaches. Now, along with this, there was a very popular approach. Even I can tell you that for the exchange faculty program at Newcastle University, my proposal was to work on safe system approach. Safe system approach is a different kind of thought process. So earlier people used to tell that when I have road, it is meant for the driving. Many times you will see when the drivers are interacting with the pedestrian, they are not yielding for the pedestrian. They are continuously honking as if the road belongs to him or her. Okay, so nowadays in the safety field, they are saying in a different manner. They are saying, yes, mobility is fine, people have to travel, but there is no replacement of the human life. So human life or health, they are having supreme importance, whereas mobility and other objective of using the road traffic can be secondary. So they are considering the road as a system, and they are saying whenever a person is using a system, it can be road, it can be a machine, it can be a lab or anything, there will be human error. So on the road, there can be some fraction of second where driver will be looking at something or talking to the co-passenger, or pedestrian will be holding the hand of a kid who is crossing with him or her. So there can be mistakes, but those mistakes will not be such detrimental that they will leave the world. They will be disabled for life or they will be getting killed. So we have to reduce the impact of those mishap as much as possible. So for that, whatever we need to do from engineering point of view, enforcement point of view, policy point of view, we have to do that. That is known as safe system approach. So mistakes will be there, but the system that we have, the roads, the design, the enforcement will be in such a way that the traffic infrastructure will be forgiving. So माफ कर दिया, मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि एक गलती के लिए मतलब आप घर छोड़ के गए थे, आपका डेड बॉडी घर में आके पहुंचा. No, nothing like that. So they are focusing on safe system approach worldwide. So after Brasilia declaration in 2015, our ministers, high official, they also met at a place which is known as Stockholm, which is in Sweden. So they also signed one document where Indian representative along with other, they also promised that we will be reducing the death by 50% by the year 2030. So you can see that in the year 2019, we have more than 150,000 crash death. So basically we have to reduce it to 75,000. So for that, only you, me, and some people cannot do much. We need to have a very well coordinated effort. Then only we will be able to reduce the number of accident as well as death substantially. Otherwise, it is impossible. So now I have used the word accidents several times. Okay, one more thing, guys, that when I have said 151,000 per year, but if you work with the police department, if you work with the ministry, you will be able to know that there are many accidents which are not reported. Either the person involved, they will deal with each other. Okay, this was my fault, this is your fault. They have to pay money, they have to pay compensation, but they do not ask the police to report it. They do not call the police. So there are many accidents which are not reported, but still we have 151,000 deaths. So 151,000, if you divide it by 365, you will be able to get a number of more than 420, almost 422, 423. It means that in normal condition, I am ignoring the COVID scenario, we have less number of traffic on road. In normal condition, every day there are 423 people getting killed on Indian roads. What does it mean? It means it is equivalent to one jumbo jet having a capacity of 420 is getting crashed on Indian soil every day with no survivors. But if we look at any aircraft crash, if there are 100 people or 200 people, if it is getting crashed, there will be newspaper article for 1 week or 1 month. They will be doing several investigation, this and what has been done, why it happened, this and that. But when it is happening every day with no survival, we should have a system, we should have a ministry, we should have people saying that we have to fix the road safety everywhere, every day. But that is not happening. The reason is that we are not aware of this issue. So all of us, we should focus on road traffic safety. We should focus that how we can reduce the accident. And as we are part of this system, as we are pedestrian, we are driver, we have to be also careful while driving on the road or walking on the road. We should make sure the mistakes from our part will be as minimum as possible. Otherwise, there is no power, no God that can save you getting injured or getting killed on the road. So in the year 1997, one organization in the United States, they said that we are calling it road accidents, but this is not road accidents. Because whenever you use the word accident, it seems that this happened all of a sudden. There is no proper reason. There are random chances. So random chances means we use the word accident when we say, I accidentally fell in the bathroom. I accidentally slipped while coming down the staircase. So whenever we use the accident term, as if we do not have any clue why it has happened, and many a times we try to blame God, that God is angry with us, paap kiye hai, we are doing sin and other thing. But if you look at the mishaps, those are happening on the road, all the accidents so-called accidents are having a reason. So they have started using the word crash or collision in the Western country. They are saying that we cannot call it an accident because there is a reason, there is a cause, that's why there is an effect. Effect is accident. So in India, we still say accident. We try to say this is our bad luck. We try to say there are random accidents which happen, but it is not true. This is ideally we should use the word crash or collision. So you will be able to see if you are going through a research paper, particularly international journal where they are talking about safety, vehicular safety or pedestrian safety, you will be able to see the prevalence of the word crash or collision, not accident. Okay, so at IIT Roorkee, we have been doing some work. Particularly from the year 2015, I have been involved with some accident studies with Delhi Accident Research Cell, as well as some national highway, which is National Highway 58, which is running between Delhi to Rishikesh. So I have been involved with them. So for those stretches of road or for those Delhi roads, I have been focusing mainly on the intersection. So while many people are working on safety in India, and there are mid blocks, there are expressway, but I particularly took the topic of intersection. The reason is that intersection is very complex location. So you have two roads crossing with each other. Sometimes they are crossing at 90 degrees, sometimes they are crossing at some acute angle or obtuse angle, or they are having Y shape or T shape. So the kind of behavior that you observe at this local location are very critical, and we know that those are the bottleneck points. So if we have more number of intersection along our travel path, no matter whether it is having a signal or no signal, we know that there are chances of getting delayed, there are chances of people crossing the road abruptly and other things. So that's why I focused on intersection. So unsignalized intersection on intercity highways, so various national highways, state highway we have considered. Signalized intersection, so signalized intersection, we think that when there is signal at a junction, then traffic will be quite organized. But interestingly, when we have, me and my students, they have worked with Delhi Traffic Police, we found that most of the black spot location in Delhi, black spot location are basically where you have more number of accidents and more number of deaths belong to signalized intersection. So we have seen vehicle interaction, we have vehicle pedestrian interaction. Even if you can recall, one of our cabinet minister, Gopinath Munde, in the year 2014 or 15, he got killed in a road accident. If you try to look at the newspaper article that were published at that time, you will be able to see he died at the spot at the signalized intersection. So it was early morning hour. Out of the two vehicles, one of the vehicle ran red light. So there was a collision between the two vehicles. And as he was sitting on the back seat, he was not having his seat belt. So the vehicle hit the minister vehicle from one side, and the minister could not sustain the impact. So he died. Okay. So signalized intersection, that is also a risky location. Vehicle pedestrian interaction will be going on. And we are also working on the two-wheeler movement on the urban roads. So two-wheeler, they have very unique behavior. So whenever vehicles are standing in the queue, the two-wheeler, they find their ways in different manner and try to come in front of the queue. So we are trying to investigate that one as well. So here is some table from Ministry of Road Transport and Highway document where I tried to show that 30% of the accidents that are happening in India, those are happening at intersection location. And also intersection location can be of T-type, Y-type, four-arm, staggered intersection, roundabout. So how they are contributing to each other, this is shown here. So I will not go into this detail, but I will try to focus on this particular aspect, that this is ministry report, 2018 data, number of vehicle and pedestrian collision in the year 2018 was almost 79,000. So 79,000 accidents happened between vehicle and pedestrian. Almost 25,000 people got killed, 65,000 people got injured, and some of them are disabled for life. Here also, if we look at this particular document, the table which is taken from the latest ministry data, they have compared the data between 2018 and 19. You will be able to see that where many accidents could be mitigated, number of accidents involving pedestrians are on the rise. So here you can see pedestrian killed in the year 2018 is almost 23,000, whereas people getting killed in the year 2019 is almost 26,000. So there is lot of problem with respect to pedestrian movement. Either they are moving longitudinally or whether they are crossing the street. So, and also if you look at the data for any city, take Kolkata, Delhi, Chandigarh, Mumbai, Surat, Ahmedabad, anything, if you have the accident data, you will be able to see 40 to 60% of the people getting killed in the city region are pedestrian. So pedestrians are having huge amount of problem in the urban context. And when it is a hit between a vehicle and a pedestrian, several studies they have shown that if it is going in the range of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, then there is very less chance, less than 1% chance that the pedestrian will die, survive. So even this morning, I don't know how many of you have heard the name of Save Life Foundation, but this is one organization, this is one NGO which has been set up by a person called Piyush Tiwari. So if you have watched the Satyameva Jayate episode of Amir Khan, where he has talked about road traffic safety, you must have seen him. So he is a MBA from one foreign university, but based upon his bad experience with road traffic condition, so he has set up one organization who works on road traffic safety. So this morning he gave me a call and he was telling that he got some interesting observation on Yamuna Expressway. Yamuna Expressway is basically some access control road where you do not have intersection. You have entry and exit point to enter or leave the intersection. There are certain locations where you have food courts, you can take rest, and there are some locations where you have wide shoulder where you can park your vehicle and take rest. But overall, the speed limit is quite high, 100 kilometers per hour. So the problem he was sharing with me is basically pedestrian related problem. So I asked him like how the pedestrians are coming on the expressway. They are saying that there are bus movements along the Yamuna Expressway. There are no designated bus stops, but there are certain places where the pedestrian have set up certain thing through which they can get into the expressway. And as the pedestrians are coming, pedestrians are getting accumulated. The buses who are not supposed to stop at this location, they are reducing the speed suddenly. They are asking the people to ride the bus, get down the bus, and that is creating problem. And there are many instances where pedestrians are getting hit by the speeding vehicle who is traveling at a speed more than 100 kilometers per hour. So not only urban context, guys, there are example of expressways also where the pedestrians who are basically the bus passenger, they are also getting killed. So why I am talking about proactive approach? Here actually we have the conventional approach where we mostly rely upon the police data. So we go to the police station, we get the data of in the form of FIR, and we look at the data and we say like we have 3 years accident data, we have 5 years accident data, we try to see a trend and we say these are the problems which need to be fixed. But there are various issues with this method. First one is that if you look at the data, FIR, you will see that many contributory factor has not been recorded. So one accident can happen due to various factors. Now, when the police officer is recording it by attending it at the scene, or when a person is coming to the police station, many of the informations are not being recorded. At the same time, many data are unreliable. Unreliability can come in the form of intentional. So she has to fill out a form, so they are doing it just to fulfill their responsibility, or it can be unintentional as well. So they do not know that what kind of accident it is. When a vehicle is hitting another vehicle from the behind, this is rear end. When this is coming from perpendicular direction, whether it is side swipe or whether it is angle. So they do not know because they are not properly trained. And at the same time, under-reporting. So minor accident, minor injury, damage sustained to the vehicle, they are not reporting it to the police. There can be some problem if we go for certain kind of mathematical modeling. So we have insufficient data, we have bad data, there is unreliability, we have many accidents which have not been recorded. So if we go for any advanced statistical model or any model in Excel or anything, we will not be able to come up with a very good results. We will be able to see some results which do not make any sense. So as soon as we run the model, we will be able to see that it is showing some result which is counterintuitive. So you will be seeing that this should reduce the accident, but it is showing that it is going to increase the accident. So you will not be able to explain it. The reason is that the database that you have, based upon which you have developed the model, that is bad data. And at the same time, the researchers say in order to do some investigation based upon the police data, you need to wait for certain years, 3 years or 5 years. The reason is that road accident or road collision or mishaps are rare and random event. If you heard that one location is unsafe, there are many people who are getting killed. If you visit the site, you may not be able to observe accident with your own eyes in front of you. Maybe if you spend days, weeks or month at that particular location. Okay. So all the analysis that we do based upon the police reported data is known as reactive approach. Accident took place, we accumulated the data, we try to identify the problem and we are fixing it. So it is reactive. So the researcher, they tried to came up with something which can be proactive, that we can take help from that approach before the occurrence of the accident. So for that, the related work started in 1960s when General Motors, one of the largest automobile manufacturer located in Michigan, they started doing some investigation. So many people, various universities, they started coming up with some surrogate measure which can be representative of the accident. So people started using volume. So they are saying that if the volume is less, then vehicle will be traveling at a high speed. When the volume is more, congestion, jam, if accident is happening, it will not be of very severe nature. Similarly, they have used other factors like speed, accepted gap, headway, deceleration, until some people in General Motors, they propose something which is known as conflict. So conflict is basically some kind of situation where two road users, it can be two vehicle, it can be one vehicle, another pedestrian, who are approaching one common spot. And if they continue moving, there will be collision. But the collision did not happen because one or both road users, they took some evasive action. Evasive action means braking, swerving away from the original path in order to avoid the collision. So then there are some people in a Swedish university known as Lund University. They also started doing some investigation under the mentorship of a person who is known as Hayden. So Hayden also has given many proof showing this particular pyramid, showing that traffic conflict is a very good representation of the accidents which we see on the road. They are character-wise, they are very much similar. Both are vehicular movement, both are vehicular trajectory, how the drivers or the pedestrians are maneuvering. But only thing is that accidents are less in number, particularly if we go for severe accidents, the number are really less, whereas traffic conflict, they are higher in number than the accident. So if we can focus on the traffic conflict, if we see how vehicles are interacting with each other, we will be able to understand whether that particular location, that site or the stretch of road has any problem or not. So that is known as traffic conflict technique. So traffic conflict technique is one of the most successful proactive road safety analysis based upon which the mitigation measures are suggested in the present world. So for that we have now, whenever we are looking at the traffic conflict, we need to quantify a conflict. Okay, when the difference in the passage between two vehicles or one vehicle and another pedestrian is comparatively high, suppose they are crossing a common spot at an interval of 15 seconds, so you can understand that though there may not be any conflict, or if it is going to be reduced to 5 seconds, so driver can see the pedestrian and he or she will be able to slow down a bit. But when the difference between these two passages is 1 second or 2 seconds, you can say that this is going to be comparatively risky. So we need to quantify it. For that, people have used various indicators. Okay, and in terms of certain factor which is in seconds, or which is in terms of deceleration, or it is in terms of meter per second or kilometer per hour, they have used. So it is not possible to define everything, but people have done some modification to the existing indicator. Even one of my PhD students, she also proposed some indicator based upon the limitations associated with the existing indicator. So here you can see there is a term called proximal. The meaning of the word proximity is basically closeness. So proximal safety indicator is basically whenever two road users are interacting with each other, how close they are in terms of second, in terms of meter per second or kilometer per second. If the different in terms of time is comparatively large, you can say that this is not going to be very severe. But for the same spacing, suppose 2 second spacing, if you say one vehicle is approaching at the speed of 20 km per hour, whereas another vehicle is traveling at a speed of 60 km per hour or 120 km per hour, you can say that the risky condition is increasing. So it could be more dangerous. So proximal indicator, several investigation have been done, several research have been conducted. So it is a continuous process, but we will not discuss about this now. Rather, we will be looking at certain case studies. So this is one study that we have conducted for certain intersection in Kolkata as well as in Delhi. Okay, fortunately we could publish it in one of the journal, which is very reputed journal, but this was completely based upon site data. So I will show you what was the problem. So I have been contacted by the Kolkata police and the Delhi police that we have some location where pedestrians are having very difficulty while crossing the street. So when I asked about the intersection, I came to know this is signalized intersection, and pedestrians, they are getting injured or they are getting badly injured. Even some of them, they had to be taken to the hospital, but finally they survived. They did not get killed. So as soon as I heard that there are problems happening, I tried to understand what kind of signal phasing they have. So this is kind of signals they have. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the signals phasing, but this is basically showing, if I say this is north direction, east and west direction traffic, they are going at the same time. This is north and south direction, they are going simultaneously. For another set of intersection, we have 4 different phases where initially some movements from the east side is being stopped, whereas all the movements from the west side, they are being allowed, then there are some changes here, some movements are stopped, here some movements are being allowed. Here you can see north and south direction, they are being allowed to move simultaneously. So there are various kind of mixes in the signal design. So in order to understand the problem, we first try to understand that as pedestrians are trying to get injured, where is the problem? So when a vehicle is moving at a signalized intersection, there can be straight movement, there can be right turn movement, there can be left turn movement. As in India, we have right hand drive or left hand traffic. So in most of the cases, we find that left is open. There is no control on the left movement. Okay. So left maneuver is comparatively easier, that we understand based upon our driving experiences. Through traffic for a signalized intersection, this is also the pedestrian, if there is no signal for the pedestrians have to cross when this vehicle are stopped. They are not going. When they are being shown red light, the pedestrian, they are supposed to cross. But it has been observed that when these vehicles are traveling at a very high speed, the pedestrian, they do not cross. But the main problem that we found at those location is interaction with the right turn vehicle, which was comparatively new for us, because right turn people, that too at a signalized intersection, how it was happening, that was the big question for us. For the left turn traffic, if you go to Delhi, there are certain locations where you have universities, colleges or shopping mall, where you can expect that there will be some people who will be walking on foot. Now, when you have many pedestrian activity in the proximity of an intersection, be it at a signalized intersection, you will be able to see this kind of sign. So it is showing that no left turn when the light is red. So when the light is red, means red is meant for the people who are going straight, who are going in the right direction, but red is not so common for the left turning people, because red turn is open for us, left turn is free for us. So when they are specifically saying no red turn, no left turn on red sign, it means that these vehicles, they are interacting with somebody that is creating problem. Who are those? Those are basically the pedestrian who are crossing along this zebra crossing. So whenever pedestrian activity along this zebra crossing is high, because there is university, there is a college, the law enforcement authorities or agencies, they install this kind of signal. There are other strategies as well that we also see in our real life, that instead of asking the people to enter the intersection here and then take left turn, we have a separate road which has been created for the people who want to take left turn. So these left turners are not being allowed to come here and take left turn, because these are the places where the pedestrians will be crossing. Okay, there are zebra crossing here. So if we leave the people, let the people, the left turning people go out of the intersection before entering the intersection, there can be less problem. So these kind of roads are known as slip road, SLIP, slip road. Okay, slip road are basically provided before the intersection on the upstream side of the zebra crossing to let the left turners leave the intersection. Okay. But still, if you go to Delhi where you have this kind of slip road, you will see that the pedestrian who are crossing here, who are waiting here to cross the road, they are coming from this side, right? Now, when they are coming from this side, at least they have to cross this particular road. Now, as this left-hand traffic is open, again there are interaction between the pedestrian and the left-hand traffic. So what they have done, they have provided some kind of very large speed breaker, or they have constructed elevated zebra crossing at this location, so that whenever there is elevation difference, it is elevated, a speed hump or speed bump has been created, the vehicles are forced to slow down. So in that way, they could reduce the interaction between pedestrian and vehicles at the slip roads. But here actually we are not talking about the left turn. Those are some of the strategies that we have adopted to reduce the interaction between left turn traffic and pedestrian. But here we are talking about right turn traffic. So there is a right turn traffic. He or she will go like this, and we have a zebra crossing which will be used by the pedestrian. When this traffic is moving. Why? Because now this portion is red, this portion is red. This is green, this is green. So when this is green, left turners, they have left early, or left turners, they will come like this. But right turners, how they will move? They will see this through traffic coming from the opposite direction, and they will try to find gaps in between them and then take turn. So it has been observed that most of the cases, the focus of this right turning driver is on the through traffic which is coming from the opposite direction. They are not keeping an eye on these people who are crossing this from this side or crossing the road from this side. So that's why there are problem between the vehicle and the pedestrian. So we have conducted one study. We identified some indicators. Okay, 5 indicators that we have identified. Then we have looked at those conflicts from their severity point of view. So various conflicts have been observed. Then we have classified them into different categories based upon different severity level. And finally, we have identified various factors. So 4 intersections we have focused on, 2 from Kolkata, 2 from Delhi. Those are basically the crosswalk or zebra crossing location. Their details, the right turning traffic volume, pedestrian volume, what is the vehicular composition for the right turn. So mostly the light motor vehicle, which is basically car. At certain location, the two-wheeler proportion was high, mainly the Delhi location. In Kolkata, the two-wheeler proportion was less. Heavy vehicle, the buses mainly, because the trucks are not allowed to come in the city during the daytime. In most of the cases, they are allowed to come here after 8 p.m. Cycle length, this is related to traffic signal. And what is the time for the pedestrian? How much time they have been allowed to cross the street, that is also given here. So these are certain location, guys. Here you can see these are the 2 vehicles which came from the opposite direction. This auto is also coming from this side. These are right turning vehicle, right turning vehicle. This is probably left turning vehicle. Now this auto is trying to avoid this particular bus which is taking right turn. So this is also through traffic. This is from Kolkata location. This is from New Delhi location. So similar kind of situation. Okay. So right turning traffic is basically interacting with those pedestrians who are crossing this particular zebra crossing location. So post encroachment time is one of the proximal indicator which is defined by using a conflict zone. So one road user exiting, another road user entering. So it can be pedestrian first, vehicle later, or it can be vehicle first, pedestrian later. No matter who the first road user is, the difference between the timestamp, exit minus entry, is known as post encroachment time. Similarly, there is one more indicator which is time to vehicle, where they have identified, theoretically they have shown this is the initial location, this is where the vehicle is crossing. So if the pedestrian continue moving, this is the place they will be interacting. But as the pedestrian saw the vehicle coming, he started decelerating here, and this is where he is supposed to go. So based upon the length, the time, and the speed of the vehicle, here is another indicator. So this is known as time to vehicle. So this is an indicator which is representing the movement of the pedestrian. Similarly, Another one is deceleration to safety time. Here also, if you look at the derivation, you will be able to see this is based upon length and this is based upon some time component. T2 is the time component at the location where the pedestrian decelerated. T3 is the time when he or she is supposed to cross the conflict location where he will be interacting with the vehicle. So here also we have another derivation from equation of motion. Those are very simple one. V is equal to ut plus half ft square, A is equal to ut plus half at square. Those equation have been used to come up with this. So we have collected the data, post encroachment time, time to vehicle, deceleration to safety for pedestrian, time to accident for the vehicle, deceleration to safety for vehicles. So, and we have collected minimum, maximum, average data for 4 different sites. So those are the values. Some of them are having values in seconds, some of them are values in the form of meter per second square. So after that, when we have many data, all conflict data, our next idea was how to classify the data. How we can say like this data is severe in nature, this is mild, this is almost no severity associated with the conflict. For that, we have used something which is known as clustering. So K-mean clustering method was used. Then after that, there is a term called silhouette. So silhouette plot have been made for different conflict data. And based upon the value that we are getting, we call it silhouette value. What is the value of this particular parameter? We can say whether there is a strong correlation, whether it is weak structure, or there is no proper fit. So that we have done. So we have plotted all the conflict related data, and we found that when the K, the number of division is 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, the silhouette value is 0.71, which is better than the other two values. Okay. So we have divided the whole conflicts, the data that we have, in 4 different classes, and we have said severity level 1 is the worst scenario, severity level 4 is the least severe scenario. So with respect to the severity level, all those indicators have been divided. Then some statistical tests have been conducted to show that whether those classification of the conflict with respect to these indicators are really statistically different or not. So for this, ANOVA has been conducted, analysis of variance. Then we have looked at the data. This is right turning vehicle. This is near side pedestrian. We have considered this is far side pedestrian. The difference between near side and far side is that this pedestrian will be interacting with this vehicle first, but this vehicle will be crossing this portion of the road first. They do not have to look for the vehicles on this side, because on this side red is being indicated. So they will be crossing like this. Then when they will be halfway done, they will try to focus on the left hand side, because some of the vehicles will be coming from on their left. But these people, they do not need to look on this side, because this is the lane which is being followed by the vehicle who is exiting the intersection. So they will be mainly focusing on this particular vehicles. Whereas vehicle, they will rarely see these people, because they are focusing mostly on the opposing traffic. They are looking for the gaps, so there are interaction. So they have been classified in terms of how many near side pedestrian with respect to different quarters. So green interval, the time one particular right turning vehicle has, or the time one pedestrian has to cross this particular zebra crossing, has been divided into 4 different parts. So first portion is known as first quarter, second quarter, followed by third and fourth quarter. So we tried to see how many crossing in terms of near side or first side has been conducted. Then we also tried to look how the traffic conflicts which are of severe nature, the first classification, how it has been classified with respect to different quarter. So we could see that there are 46% of the serious conflict for the nearest pedestrian is happening at the fourth quarter. Why this is happening? Fourth quarter means green time is about to end. Okay, so pedestrian, they know that pedestrian or other pedestrian, they are crossing for long duration. So anytime the signal for them will be off, they have to wait for long period of time. So instead of waiting for long, they are taking some aggressive action. What they are doing? They are running across the street. So when they are trying to run, they are not bothering what is the speed of the approaching vehicle or what is the type of vehicle, whether it is a bus or whether it is a car or whether it is a two-wheeler. They are they are making a swift movement. They are trying to run, crossing the street, because they know that if they cannot cross now, they have to wait for long, and that can be and they can be delayed. So similar trend is observed for the far side pedestrian as well. So most severe conflicts are happening on the fourth quarter. They are also running. What kind of vehicles are involved in most of the conflicts? So it has been observed that maximum is with respect to the light motor vehicles, followed by two-wheeler, and least involvement were with heavy vehicles. It can be psychological as well, because we know that when a bus is coming, no matter what is the speed, if it is coming with a moderate speed, we know that it is having huge amount of momentum. So if I am going to come in front of it, then the damage that will be sustained to my body, that will be very much detrimental. I may die or I will be badly injured. Whereas it is when it is car or when it is two-wheeler, they know that if they cross it, they will be able to avoid it. Because if they are traveling with a moderate speed, the two-wheeler, they will be able to avoid it by swerving away. Same is applicable for the car. So with respect to the vehicle type, which the most severe conflicts have been studied here. Here you can see the highest severe conflicts are associated with light motorized vehicle, light motorized vehicle, light motorized vehicle. Here, highest conflicts have been observed with respect to the motorized two-wheeler, that is scooty or the motorcycle. So people are showing aggressive behavior in front of the scooty or the motorcycle. So we have done some statistical modeling in order to understand like what are the factors that is responsible for the pedestrian related risk. So we have said like severity level 1 is basically risk taken, whereas severity level 2, 3, 4, as the difference between the two road user movement is comparatively high, there is the proximal indicator is showing larger value, we said like those are non-risk taken. So we have collected various data, how pedestrians are crossing, whether they have company or they are going alone, one pedestrian or more pedestrian, whether they have any luggages, what is their crossing speed. This crossing speed has been taken from one of the IRC code. So IRC already has said like these are the speed values that we should consider for the design of the road or the design of the signal. Running pedestrian or not, waiting time, it has also been taken from the IRC code. So what is the waiting time that is being experienced by the pedestrian when they are waiting on the curb? Then there are many other factors, direction of the pedestrian look, where they are looking at, what is their age, what is their gender, whether it was morning, evening or early morning hour, whether there was on-street parking, whether there was demarcated zebra crossing or not. There are many instances where you can see that this line has been faded or the road itself has not been painted. So it means that there is no designated place for the pedestrian crossing. So pedestrian just crossing based upon their understanding. Crossing type, one stage or rolling. So pedestrians are crossing whether they are crossing all of this lane as one go or they are waiting here, let the vehicle go, cross here, let the vehicle go, cross here. We call it rolling. Quarter of green interval. So 4 different quarters we have divided. Crossing direction, near side or far side. Pedestrian volume per cycle. So for each green, or each green plus yellow plus or red, how many pedestrians are crossing the street. Right turning volume per cycle, opposing volume per cycle, those data have been collected. Hey, how much time I have? Excuse me, how much
Sir,
time?
yes, sir.
How much
Sir,
time I have?
sir, it hardly requires only 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes is left.
Okay,
You
okay.
have to finish by 3:30, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. Um, so let me see how I can go, because I moved quite slow. Okay, so here actually we have some modeling results, but I will not go into this. I will show something else, guys. So please excuse me. I will show you mostly the photos. So these are some technology which has been adopted in the Western country, which is not very common. So first one is that in many Indian intersection, you will see that there is no signal for the pedestrian. Pedestrian signal is different from the traffic signal. Traffic signal are positioned here and facing the traffic, right? Whereas pedestrian signal, obviously, in order to make them visible to the pedestrian, they will be on the two sides of the zebra crossing, or if there is no zebra crossing, you have to mark it and you have to position the signals here. Okay. So pedestrian signal can have different indication. One is green phase, when the pedestrian are going to cross. It can be flashing. Flashing means your right of way for crossing the street is going to end. Now the red will start. So you are not supposed to cross the street now. You have to wait on the roadside. That is red. Now in this particular case, you can see that the example that I have given, that right turn they are seeing green and pedestrian they are seeing green. But see this example, right turn they are seeing red, but pedestrian they are seeing green. So what they have done, they have delayed the right turning movement by some seconds. Generally it is 3 to 5 seconds. So when the pedestrian traffic signal will be showing red light, so pedestrian will be accumulating here. So as soon as the pedestrian green will start, what will happen? Those people will be coming on the road in group. Now if you allow this particular vehicle to take right turn, as this person is sitting inside the vehicle, he will try to honk or he will try to speed up and cross this particular area. So it is a common practice in many Western countries that there will be a difference between this green and the other green, so that the pedestrian who are waiting along the roadside, they will be able to cross at least the first portion of the road. The half portion of the road they are going to cross. Okay, so this is known as lead pedestrian interval. So you'll be able to find it from the internet. So these are basically pedestrian signal, and some of them even they have countdown timer. So we are mostly common with traffic signal countdown timer. When we drive on the road, we see by the side of the road there is a digital timer showing something 20 seconds. So green time 20 means you have green time for 20 seconds. So it will reduce to 19, 18, and then ultimately 0 means yellow time will come followed by the red time. Okay, so similarly for the pedestrian, we can have countdown timer. This is pedestrian signal in Mumbai. I tried to bring this because India is also becoming advanced. They are showing earlier when the pedestrian signal were there, only they used to show male imprints. Like nowadays, they are also trying to bring female in the signal. This is some kind of thing which is not very common in India, but if you go to China, if you go to other Western countries, you will be able to see that not only zebra crossing for the approaches, but they have also allowed the crossing in the middle portion as well. Okay, so not only in the perpendicular direction, but they can also go in the diagonal direction. But there is a condition for that. You need to stop the vehicular movement. So you can see that the vehicles are stopped. So this kind of setup is known as pedestrian scramble. So different guidelines, they say different number of pedestrians in order to have this kind of setup. So you can understand that if you want to allow pedestrian to move in any direction, you need to stop the vehicle. So there are certain guidelines that you have to follow. Now let me see what I can discuss. So for that particular work, actually, I have suggested some change in the signal timing. Then I also asked them to use certain software platform. So I have talked about something which is in terms of engineering or in terms of behavioral changes. But nowadays, there are many other things which is coming. We can call them state-of-the-art technologies. So people are, particularly those are very relevant in terms of reducing the severity of the pedestrian vehicle collision. So all of you people know that XUV 700 is going to come up, and it is enabled with various options for ADAS. ADAS is nothing but Advanced Driver Assistance System. Okay, so when the driver is having a pedestrian in front of him or her, his vehicle, so there will be automated brake application. If there is a vehicle whom you are following and the distance is reducing, but you are not paying attention on the road, so they have set up some kind of system which will apply the brake automatically. So that is ADAS. ADAS has other application as well. Like if you are feeling sleepy, if your eyeball movement or eyelid movement is not normal, if you are not behaving as a person who is a normal driver, then there will be automatic application or a brake, or there will be some sound, some siren that will be created by the vehicular engine, and that will make you, that will allow you to wake up. So those are coming under ADAS, Advanced Driver Assistance System. And nowadays there are one more term also. If you people are going in the masters or the PhD level, you will be able to hear some term which is known as connected vehicle. So connected vehicle is basically some kind of system where a vehicle is enabled with various mechanism which is connected to certain cloud, certain through certain wireless technology, or at least GPS devices. So it will be connected to everything. It will be connected to cloud. It will be connected to every infrastructure that we have, and even it will be connected to other road users using the mobile phone. Okay, so when a vehicle will be moving, no matter what is the status of the driver, whether it is paying attention or not, the vehicle will be able to understand that there are pedestrians who are waiting by the side of the road. They will come on, they are approaching the zebra crossing, so I have to slow down. And all other information related to vehicle, acceleration, speed, deceleration, location, all are being shared with the infrastructure. It can be sign, it can be some lamppost. So everything is connected. So we call it connected vehicle. Here also we have a system for the ADAS. And autonomous vehicle, you people probably know that various organizations, particularly which are based in the United States, they are coming with the automation in the vehicle. There are different level 1, 2, 3, 4. So what level you have, based upon that, they have automation in the vehicle. So whether you want automated parking, whether you want automated braking and other things, so vehicles are being enabled with latest technology. And with the advent of this kind of technology, we believe that in India we will be able to see this kind of technology coming on our roads. But it is quite obvious that those vehicles, they have to be trained significantly. Otherwise, the way people cross the street, the way people drive on our road, this vehicle will not be of no use. Okay, so with this, I want to finish my presentation. So I have been assisted by two of my students. One was my PhD student, Avinav, who is a trainee teacher at NIT Uttarakhand, and there is another student, ex-PhD student Madhumita. She is a postdoc fellow at IIT Bombay. So for any sort of query, if you are running out of time, I am ready for answering to any question if you send email to this email IDs. Thank you.
So kind of you, sir. Thank you so much for your nice presentation. Almost we have covered all the aspects which are concerning much more towards the road safety. You very well include the traffic management in Indian scenario, compare it with the other developed countries, and even the approaches which is adopted during your research work is very informative, and probably we may have the right path for doing such type of analysis at our own city, which is also one of the smart city, that is Indore. So probably we would like to have do some sort of thing, such type of similar work over here. Thank you so much for your nicely presentation on road safety management in mixed approach. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you. And regarding the smart city, we have been involved with the smart street design and traffic management for the Saharanpur and Moradabad. So if Indore is trying to do something, we'll be really happy to
Wow.
collaborate. Okay, thank you.
Wow. Great, sir. Great. We will be. Thank you, sir. Thank
Okay,
you so
thanks
much.
for the opportunity. Thanks for the invitation.
Sir. Yashwant,
Yes.
you might be have the groups for interaction session. We are
Yes, sir.
running on time. Only we have it short by 5 minutes. So probably you may announce the members' name, and hopefully they will be present here. And we would like to take your views, thoughts, the sessions which were conducted today, and probably we would like to know about how we can improve for forthcoming days if it is needed. So please go ahead, Yashwant. Try to share the group which has to be take part in the interactive session.
Yes.
Hopefully all the participants get the information about such type of interacting session. Our objective is not to judge your uh, any type of skills. We just want to interact with you, wants to know more about you, your interest, your thoughts, and your views about the workshop. So here is the first group on 6th of September. Probably we named it by group number 1, and the members who are associated with this group are Dr. Kilaru Harsha Vardhane. Am I know if he is available or among the participants? If yes,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am
if
Harshvardhan, sir.
okay, so sir, you are available with us. You please open your audio video both, and please give some thoughts. Please introduce yourself, how you came to know about this FDP, and what interest you reached to IPS Academy for road safety and firefighting strategies. Yes, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am
Very warm good afternoon, sir.
Harshvardhan, working in SSN College of Engineering in Chennai. I am working in chemical department as an associate professor. I am having around 23 years of teaching experience.
Wow.
So this particular session, what you are taking, just because we take safety, industrial safety as an important subject for us, especially process safety. So I'm attending a lot of FDP programs, but this particular topic I very much interested about, especially the road safety, not only the road safety, even the other thing, the fire safety. which we teach fire safety to the students, but not like a what do you call lab session or something like that. I want to learn about more about this industrial safety or any other safety. So that's why I joined. But from morning onwards, all the three sessions were very good, especially the previous session that Sir talked about the road safety and all. Really, some particular thing is new learning. Actually, we never thought there is interaction between that. We know that there is interaction between bike and pedestrians and all, but Sir, Professor gave very good explanation and all. Not only that, even the first session, the smart cities, we hear that smart name, but actually morning only I came to know that using the computer is smart. Actually, I was very much learning thing, new learning. Really, I appreciate your effort in taking all the what do you call experienced people for the seminar, and I wish I learned more from this particular FDP, sir. Thank you for giving me opportunity. Over to the organizers. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We are listening.
Yes, sir. Over to you, sir. Just because other people should talk,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
just want to
Okay.
limit. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So
Thank you for
so kind
giving
of
me the
you
opportunity.
to have your words on this FDP. We would like to continue with the second day also with the same
Yes, sir.
thing.
Yes.
I want to know whether Suresh Kumar R sir is with us within the participants. Would like to share his view or thoughts, whether he is available with us. May I know Suresh Kumar sir is there? Okay. So third member in a first group is Mr. Yavole Chetan Rajan. Whether he is available with us? Yavole Chetan Rajan sir, whether you are available with us? Okay, no problem. Then fourth member of the group one is Mr. Akhand Pratap Singh. Whether he is with us within the audience?
Yes.
So
Yes, sir.
very warm welcome in this interactive session, sir. And we would like to have
Thank you,
your
sir.
thoughts, your views on the sessions which were conducted for day one.
Actually, sir, session is very informative. I am Akhand Pratap Singh, currently working in Sri Rawatpura Sarkari University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. I have, sir, 2-year teaching experience. And, sir, my specialization is, sir, transportation engineering. So I'm also interested in this session about road safety, fire safety. सर वेरी इन्फॉर्मेटिव सेशन एंड आई थिंक जो नेक्स्ट सेशन होगा सर वो भी सर इसी तरह इन्फॉर्मेटिव होगा फॉर नेक्स्ट कमिंग डेज.
Thank you, Akhand, sir, for your feedback, and we try to have such more informative session in forthcoming days. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Whether we have Mr. V. Naveen Ganesha with us? Akhand, sir, would you like to share some more thing with?
Sir, I am very informative knowledge about road safety, and sir, your session is very informative. Is second session about fire safety and industrial knowledge, and sir, smart cities. Very useful knowledge about smart cities. And third session is sir also interactive.
Okay, Akhand, if you get opportunity to come Indore, please visit our institute also. We have a
Yes, sir.
good reputation in fire technology and safety engineering, and
Yes, sir.
probably
Yes, sir.
visit our institute.
Yes,
So
sir.
the last member of group number one is Sri Mr. Ashfaq Ul Abbas. Whether he is available with us?
Hello.
Yes, Ashfaq sir, please go ahead.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Myself, Ishfaqul Abbas. I am from Vivekananda Institute of Technology, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Sir, the sessions today are very nice and very informative. Sir, actually, sir, my PC's battery is going low, so I can't discuss anything more.
Wow. Okay. No problem at all, sir. We just provide this forum to interact with each other, and wants to know more with. If you have some area specific which is maybe delivered within the any another mode of conversation, we are pleased to eager and hear to this type of thing. So if you have some more ideas, then we will be eager to listen those.
Sir, can we
Bravo.
discuss about accident studies?
Yes, of course, we can discuss about the accident studies also. There is no problem.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, my research is also in accident studies, so I want to know about them.
Probably, if you critically listen the last session which was conducted by Indrajit Ghosh sir, it is totally
Yes, sir.
depends on the collision and road crashes for two major
Yes, sir. Yes,
cities.
sir.
One is Calcutta, another one is New Delhi. So the
Yes.
paper which they had published in one of the reputed journal may be much more useful for you if you we get success to get it in. And you,
Yes, sir.
probably you note it out also his contact detail. If not, then we will provide you, and you will have some right path in your research direction.
Sir, can I get PPT, PowerPoint presentation for all
Yes,
the
at
sessions?
the end of the day, we tried our level best, and we would like to provide all the concerned PPT from the expert to each individual participants.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So here is the group number 2. Probably Murnal Santosh Ugale sir, madam may be there. If she is there, then please unmute herself and share his views and thought.
Okay, sir. Good evening, all of you.
Very good evening, ma'am.
My name is I am from Kekewa College of Engineering, Nasik. So I am assistant professor in that college.
Wow.
I completed my ME 2013 from Pune University.
Wow.
So about your session, so session is very nice and informative. I am also interesting about to know the knowledge about the smart city and which parameter is considered at the time of implementing this activity in our city. So very good, and topic is also relevant to all the titles of that session. So very good, sir. I am thankful to join with this type of FDPs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable thoughts and views on this FDP. Uh, Second member for the group number 2 is Kotikalpadi Siva Sankar. Whether he is with us within the participants, among the participants. Okay, then third member we have Dr. Sanjay Kumar Saha. Whether he is with us among the participants. Okay. Then we have Mr. Neerav Parmar. May I know whether he is present among the participants? Okay. Then we have the next member in group number 2, Mrs. Seema Sharma. Whether she is present? Okay. Then the last member of this group is Mr. T. Thin Nathayalan. Whether he is available with us among the participants? He's just in and out probably. Okay. The group number 3 is Mr. Vijay Kumar Baredia, sir. Probably he belongs to IPS Academy, and whether he is listening to us or not, whether he is present among the participants.
Yes, sir.
Very
Sir,
nice to saw you within the IPS
yes,
Academy periphery, sir. We would
sir,
like to have your views and thoughts on the sessions which were conducted during our first day, sir. How you rated
sir,
them, and what are your thoughts, views on this? Please go ahead, sir.
sir, I want to show my PPT on the basis of Dr. Indrajit Ghosh, sir. So I make
Okay.
a small PPT based on this lecture.
Okay.
Protective
So you
method
would.
of road safety analysis under the mixed traffic.
Wow. Great. So would you like to share something?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yashwant sir, please unshare your screen. Vijay Bareria sir would like to share something with us.
Yes, Vijay sir, you may proceed to share.
Yes, yes, sir.
Vijay sir,
Yes,
do you want to share something?
sir, some problem.
Actually, we are not getting your voice properly, sir, due to the network error.
Uh, sir, slide is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, this is a small presentation of protective method for road safety analysis under mixed traffic. So it
Wow.
is more important to predict the pedestrian safety evolution by using some method. So first we analyze the conflict point of uh, the conflict by vehicle or others types of conflict. So we use a cross conflict vehicle type unsignalized intersection under various road and traffic conditions, and protective pedestrian safety evaluation for evaluate the safety precautions and safety measures by road geometry. Road geometry is more important. Uh, uh, Dr. Energy sir was show the road geometry is more important to analyze the conflict point at the exact conflict point by using this. And driving speed control behavior modeling is more important to understanding the accident types and accident number of accident analysis. So we use this flow chart for understanding the total analysis of prediction of uh, accident. First, we select the side and peak hours, off peak hours and peak hours of the vehicles traveling, and data collections and traffic conflict and data extractions and safety analysis, and based on the vehicle type, based on the traffic volume, based on the traffic compositions, based on the intersection
Vijay
geometry.
sir.
It is more.
Vijay
Yes,
sir,
sir.
sorry to interrupt you because we are not getting your slides. Only we are seeing
One
your
Word
first slide
file is
only.
there, but there is no issue. Bareria sir, if
Sir,
we have, yeah, please.
Now we can see it, sir.
uh,
Yes, it is visible, sir.
this yes this cross conflict T intersection point by Jaideep Vyani in 2011. This is the conflict point from major road and minor road. So the more important is the analyzing the conflict point. We are using this conflict point by using the actual data of site. This is the actual data of site. Selection of unprotected mid-block crosswalk location by Khalid uh, Vedagiri in 2016. So we analysis the mid-block crosswalk. It is dangerous to decrease the damage or accidental rate. So
ये attendance
similarly,
मांगने
this
लग गए यार.
snapshot is so the
You can share the attendance and both mail links, no problem. In meantime, we
so
can listen it. Yeah.
the post increment time is analyzed by the square method. So we analyze the conflict time with conflict area. Similarly, Indrajit sir showed this pyramid safety continuum, and the major safety checks are necessary for understanding the all behavior of road safety. So this is the road safety impact assessment, road safety audit, road safety inspections is more required, and this is the method for road safety instruction, safety management, planning, construction and pre-opening, normal operation, maintenance and renewal, error correction, hazard estimations, major upgrading and renewals. So many points are in road infrastructure safety management. And
wow,
road audit is most important to analyze the pre-construction road safety audit for planning of the road and planning and designing of the signal system. And Dr. Indrajit sir told the long observation time period is more required. So 3 to 4 year data is necessary for to understanding the planning of road. So audit is necessary to understanding the road safety parameters. This is road protection scores based on the road users, vehicle, motorcycle, pedestrian, bicycle. So this is the conflict point and crash types and road attributes, risk factors. So this is our PPT, small PPT.
Very nice to listen from Vijay Bardia sir that you are also having the interest in road safety management and its different attributes. Probably Indrajit Ghosh sir focused on road safety management and also thrusted on building safer roads, built of safe vehicles. Also, he is talking about safer users behavior based is also one of the point he focused on. And after this, if accident took place at the road, then after post scene, how we can go for the improved post care. So these are the few areas where we can work together and probably do something better in the name of road safety management and road crashes. So it's nice to hear from Vijay sir that you have also having the keen interest in this area. And if Yashwant is there, then the next member may
Yes, sir.
please announce from your list.
So next one is Mr. Praveen Kumar Devra, sir.
Okay. So
Mr.
whether
Praveen
Praveen
Kumar,
Kumar
sir.
Devara sir is with us among the participants. Okay. So the next member of the group is Mr. Rakesh Singh from group number 3. Whether he is available with us among the participants. Okay. Then we have next member, Mr. Furkan Qureshi. Whether he is with us.
Hello.
Yeah. Furkan Qureshi, sir, we are able to hear you properly.
Yes, sir. But
Okay.
I'm
And
just too much ill. I'm having fever and headache. I have made my presentation, but still, I think my throat is infection and I have a high fever. So I will not be able to give a lecture on this.
Okay.
I have
So
prepared a
from
PPT.
where you are, sir? From which institute you belongs to?
I'm from IIT Delhi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow,
I have
great.
prepared a PPT that maybe I will share with you.
Okay.
But I'm not in a good position to give lecture on this.
Okay, no problem at all, sir. We just wanted to know your thoughts. No problem at all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you, Purkhan Qureshi, sir. Thank you. The next member with the same group, we have Mr. T. Raj Pardish, whether he is available with us among the participants. Then last member of third group for today's session, Mr. Ravi Ramesh Kumar Patel, whether he is with us among the audience. So Yashwant sir, you may please unshare your screen. So hopefully the interactive session objective may fulfill, may not fulfill, but uh, let me tell you very frankly, we would like to make some personal relationship with among all the participants, would like to develop, and would like to develop some more informative things together. So if remaining participants who are listening, probably be prepared for your interactive session, which will be conducted by day at the end of day 2 also. And it is very nice to saw all the participants to bear with this online forum. It is all from my side and end of day 1. Thank you. Thank you to all the participants.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. All the participants are requested to fill the attendance for the session third along with the feedback that we have shared in chat box. Please go through the chat box and fill the attendance and feedback for today's session. Thank you. Thank you very much.